All right. Whoa.
Damn, I love that song.
And guess what, Rob? It is now on Spotify. Seth VBDC told me that it's up on Spotify now. So if you guys like that song, look up a little higher on Spotify, and there it will be. You can listen to it for free. And hey, I am with RVD. It's one of a kind with RVD.
Sounds like that rhymes to me.
Hey, that brings me a lot of glee. So there we go. It is Super Bowl Sunday.
Is it?
No, next week is. But I was using bowl as in like bowl. So that was a little pun going on there that I was doing for promotional reasons. So we're speaking of, we have Get Blitzed, Mickey Ray Sinatra and his wife Courtney are partners, and they are our newest sponsor coming up. So I'll be talking about them later on, but go to get-blitz.com, use promo code RVD, and you get 15% off. So check that out. Help out the show in that way. But Rob, how are you doing today?
Fucking-lutely terrific, dude. Fantastic. Damn good. And we're doing the show on a different day today. I was traveling all day Thursday, so I'm glad we decided to do that because no time would have worked. I had a flight from Nolens to Denver, and then from Denver to Las Vegas, and my day changed dramatically as the day went on. So I was at Denver waiting for my departure to Vegas, and it went from 4:30 to 5:30 to 6:30 to 7:30 to 10:30 to 11:30, and then back down to 9:30. And you got to watch them because they do that. They do that a lot. And they catch me sometimes before I'm leaving home. In fact, they did that to Katie yesterday. Before we leave home, they says, oh, your plane's delayed. If you count on that and then they move it forward and you're not at the gate, then you're fucked. And we missed the flight about a month ago because of that. But I miss flights often. I can deal with it. It's stressful, adds a lot of crap to your trip. But what I did for Katie, because usually I don't leave time for this myself. I'm last minute running around, throwing shit, jumping in the car. But since it wasn't me, it was Katie leaving because she's wrestling tonight in San Antonio.
Oh, really?
For RCW. Yeah. I just Googled her flight number and I just kept my eye on the whole plane. I said, it's not even in Long Beach yet. It still has to go to Long Beach and then expected to leave there to come to Vegas at this time. So that's a smart way to do it. And if you didn't know, you can do that.
How about that? I had no idea. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly where your plane is right now and what the estimations are, and you can keep up with it.
Wow, geez. Well, that's news to me because guess what, Rob? I'm heading to Vegas next week, actually. It was impromptu, because of the WrestleMania kickoffs happening. So they're having that huge press conference with The Rock and Roman Reigns and all the stars there at WWE, and Triple H is going to be there and interview opportunities. So I booked the flight and I'll be there next week. So I should keep tabs on that.
That is Super Bowl Sunday? Or
that'll be Super Bowl week. So it'll be Thursday is when the big event for WWE's going on, the WrestleMania kickoff show.
Oh,
so, yeah. Cool. So I'll be right in the thick of the action, man.
Yeah, where's that at?
The T-Mobile Arena, so where the Golden Knights play the hockey team.
What are they doing? Is it a show? A wrestling?
Oh, it's like a press conference, I think, basically, where they're doing some stuff, and then afterwards is the media events where they have interviews and all that stuff. So I was like, I should probably be there if I'm media. So,
well, hey, let's bring on our guest, right down the middle, my man, my fam, the Rob Van Dam Manager of the Year, Fonzie Daddy. Bring him on.
Hey, boys.
Fonzie, how are you?
I am 5-star, Daddy.
Yes.
Sweet.
Very nice. Very nice. Good to see you, Fonzie Daddy. What'd you think about that song?
I loved it. It.
Right.
Somebody wrote that for you?
Yeah. Yeah, and he's here watching the show. Probably he always is.
Seth is here. Do I see Seth in the chat? Yes, I might.
So yeah, Daddy. What's going on with you, dude? I haven't seen you in a minute.
I will see you in April, maybe before. I'll see you in April. I'm there 3 days or 4 days, and
WrestleCon, right? In Philadelphia. We're very familiar with that.
Yep.
I'm there 3 days with Sabu. I'm with Sabu next week in Boston. I'm with him a couple times coming up. I'm working on weekends, staying busy. Monday through Thursday, I'm just chilling in my little villa with my beautiful, tall, blonde Hungarian wife, which I adore.
How are you enjoying the married life?
I love it, RVD.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might pick Sabu up from the airport later tonight. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, if I could do it, I said cool. So as long as he follows up with some info, I get the info I got so far is he gets in at 10 or 11. So that's not very much info to go by yet, but it's early here. It's early here. Fonzie, I don't know if you know this or not, but RVD wrestled last week on AEW, totally crushed it. Don't know what kind of noise makes your ears or not, Daddy, but, you know, this was the next loudest news to the McMahon scandal.
I had a lot of people message me on my social media and say, hey, RVD's on. So by the time I put it on, you were just finishing up. So I kind of missed it. But very cool. Very cool. I
thought that might happen. That's why I asked Dom if we could show a couple of highlights on here. And then he was worried if we show it, there could be a copyright.
Right. We'll get you'll get a warning on your channel and all this malarkey. I was like, better be safe than sorry.
But,
RVD Daddy, I was on a show about 4 or 5 months ago, and a guy came up to me. His name was QT Marshall, and he worked for Tony Khan. He was like in the office. He said, hey, my name's QT Marshall. Fonzie, your name came up in a production meeting. I said, oh, great. What do I do? He said, just hold on. So I held on. So I see him like 2 or 3 months later. He said, hey, Fonzie. I said, yeah, I remember you, QT Marshall. He said, your name came up again in another production meeting. So that's 2 times. So if you want to drop my name to Tony Khan and see what's going on, I don't mind.
Fucking A.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on that, Van Dam.
Yeah, Rob, how do you feel about, like, after it's all said and done, going into the match, all that stuff? How do you feel about it? Having that match with Swerve?
Yeah, man, I really liked working with him, and I really enjoyed the match. You know, I had a little extra time because they booked it and then they pushed it back a week, which changed the location from Savannah to New Orleans. But they had this match in mind that they were wanting to bring me in for, and I looked up Swerve on YouTube, looked at it for a minute, and I just knew, you know, I was like, man, I dig this guy's vibe, and we're gonna have a fucking kick-ass match. And you know, I understood the assignment, you know, so I came in to punish him, hardcore style. I thought it went all really well. I haven't watched it yet. I've seen just some highlights, but someone earlier told me that the end got cut off, and now I would understand. I saw some complaints on social media about I can't remember what they call the extra time bump feed. What are they?
Overrun.
Overrun, yeah. And I saw Tony had put a tweet out. This was when I was leaving the building or something. So it was that night. It was at the moment, you know, real time. I remember seeing he put something out about, hey, everyone, and thanks TNT for giving us an overrun, whatever. It sounded positive, and then all the fans were complaining. I hate it when you do this every time, and I didn't understand why. But so I was like, I thought, doesn't it do that every week? Like I thought on TBS it always goes from, you know, like 8:05 to 10:05 or whatever.
It used to do that. Yeah, I don't know. They might have changed it, or I know, like recently they've been going like, I think they even had like a 30-minute overrun at one point, or 15 minutes or something.
Whoa, yeah, that's either way. I don't know. I might not have got the finish, but yeah, all I loved it. I had fun, and people said they could tell that I was having fun. They know me, and got a lot of people talking. Lots of good stuff. People are blown away. So glad to inspire, you know, one comment I said, because I had all day, as I explained, to Denver waiting for my plane. And so I tweeted a lot, and I was on there. And I was like, why is nobody talking about Billy Gunn? Everyone's talking about, what, like I reached God status, Fonzie. That's why they put it. Someone saw me after the match on Wednesday, and they said, I was driving here and I saw on my Twitter, Rob reached God status tonight. I was like, what? I got to see that. But I was like, why is anyone talking about Billy Gunn? He looks fucking great. And he's like
60, right?
60, right. But then a couple of comments said they are, Rob. People are talking about him. And so I'm like, okay, good. Because I didn't hear it, but they're just not projecting that at me. But damn, The Rock is 58. And I don't know if you noticed, but he's in pretty damn good shape too. So glad to be up there among those that inspire, because you read through the comments, there's always somebody that wants to be that guy, oh, great. Then one guy,
Like there's always some guy that wants to be that.
Blows down a lot, he blows up, but like why would you even want to be that negative guy besides the fact that you're wrong? But even if that is your opinion, but anyway, we can talk about that shit later.
Yeah, for sure. Rob, real quick before we get to Fonzie and stuff a little bit too, what was like your interaction backstage with Swerve or whoever that you interacted with? You got the chance to like shoot the shit with her, basically.
Good, dude. I get a lot of respect there, obviously, and I'm a lot. I was telling Katie, it's weird, but I'm more comfortable there than I am at WWE, and maybe. If it feels less grandioso, like it has a very important indie vibe that's like cranked up to like, boom, it's TV day, but it's not the same as the pressure, at least it doesn't seem like it around WWE. And by that, I mean like the agenda of what your job is to do throughout the whole day. Seems less complicated as opposed to sometimes there's backsides and different sides to your job that involve how you treat certain people or who you talk to or whatever that you got to take a while to learn, to look around. And there's different sides. It's three-dimensional. It's not a flat fucking piece of paper with an assignment on it. And I don't know if that explains it, but besides that, I also am at a different stage in my career, but still, I don't know, still just even being like at WWE, it's just like everyone feels like they're so pressured up and thinking about what they got to do, their part on the show and all that. And that's, that's typical in certain areas of performance arts. So, it is what it is. But anyway, yeah, I talked to John Morrison quite a while. I talked to Taz for quite a while. And everybody was super cool.
Well, what was Tony Khan's reaction to the match? Do you enjoy it? And did he give you any feedback or have any interaction with him after the match when it was all said and done?
He said it was fantastic, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how much he saw it because I think that he acted more excited at other times at the other matches, but I have to agree, like Brian Cage said, this was my best AEW match that I've had so far. So, so I don't know, like how if he was distracted or what, but he definitely liked it. Said it was fantastic, and I'm sure he's gotten a lot of feedback from the fans as well.
Yeah. Speaking of Brian Cage, what the fuck? Why did he attacked you? You just praised him on here a couple weeks ago. You said how much you liked him, and then he attacked you.
Yeah. Well, I know how to separate personal from business, and one thing that I like about this all the way through is, well, kind of gives him a reason to bring me back now, doesn't it?
I think so. And hey, you never know. Maybe we'll see Fonzie show up there too at Become All Elite at some point in time, huh? How about that?
Right down the middle, Daddy.
Right down the middle, baby. You got a lot of ties, don't you, in AEW? Talk about your relationship with Rob, how it kind of all started there, and then with Taz too.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, you Fonzie.
You were, hey, Fonzie, were you were managing Taz when me and Sabu wrestled him, and then you just came over and switched to manage us, right? Or no?
Right. When I originally, Paul Heyman called me. I just left WWF at the time.
Oh, okay.
And I was out of Vince let me go because business had went down a little bit. He says, Fonzie, we're gonna let you go, and when business picks back up, we may bring you back in. Thank you, and we'll use you when we come to Florida, and so on and so on. So about a month later, I get a phone call from Paul Heyman, and I knew Paul from WCW and Florida Championship Wrestling. And Paul said, hey, Fonzie, since you just left Vince and Vince wants a doctor, his wife, and the 2 kids are ringside, I got this idea. We got this company called ECW. I said, what the fuck's an ECW? I've never worked an indie show in my life. I thought it was some type of indie show. This is hardcore. We want you to come in and be anti-ECW since you just were with WWF and so on. So I came in, and I was supposed to come in for 4 weeks and get chokeslammed by 911, and I was done.
Oh.
But my referee gimmick got over a little bit, and for some reason, Paul Heyman thought it'd be a good idea to put me with Taz, because Taz had about 5 gimmicks and never really sprouted, never became a big star until he became Taz. Not because they put it with me. He was Monkey Boy Tasmania with different things, and then he came out as Taz. And Paul Heyman put me with Taz. That was about a year, almost about a year, and Taz didn't really need me because he could talk, he could do promos, and then Paul Heyman, we did the switch on the first pay-per-view, I think, and put me with Sabu, because Sabu wouldn't talk, and I was a mouthpiece, and so on, and then I got connected with Van Dam, and we had that 2-year run with the longest TV champion. It was great. So I had a 5-year run. Supposed to be 4 weeks, but it ended up being a 5-year run. And from out of that, I'm still working to this day. ECW has that cult-like following still, and I'm known. I've been a referee since 1978. Been around the world and refereed WrestleManias and Tokyo Dome and all that. But they know me as that, but they know more my character from ECW. So that's why I turned.
Oh, Fonzie's still there?
Froze, Daddy. We don't know.
On up. He froze on up.
Turned.
Maybe you got a phone call on there or something.
Fancy, Daddy.
Okay, I'm back on.
You're back. Your screen's frozen, but you're back. Oh, there you are. We got you.
I lost you for a second. So I ended up so they put me with Van Dam, and for some reason I clicked with Van Dam, and of course he didn't need me. Van Dam's was the whole effing show, and that was true. Sabu was fantastic, and Suicidal Homicidal has his own thing, but Van Dam is a very unique character. And there's nobody like Van Dam. He has, I call his thighs and his legs and his ability redwood trees, because I've never seen any. He does the best 5-star frog splash in the business. Very unique and very cool too. So I just had a fantastic time with Van Dam, and we did a lot together.
I used to like jumping over you to do the frog splash.
Right?
That was fun.
Right? It was what we call the Japan. What we call the move, the Ventura, where you jump from turnbuckle to turnbuckle and they held the chair, Ventura.
Yeah, Terminator.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, that's something that sometime I'm gonna have to bust that out just because it's been a minute since I've done it.
Bring it on out.
Every once in a while I do that, and I haven't done a Northern Light suplex in like at least 10 years. I think I'll do one tonight. That's what happens when you're not wrestling every night. I can change it up a little bit and think of some shit I haven't done in a long time. But that's how that came about.
Nice. Well,
I had a great run, and Van Dam didn't need me at all. But for some reason, we clicked, and they kept me with Van Dam. And thanks, RVD.
Right on, Daddy. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I think it was cool because like the aspect is like, Rob, your skill set is so unique, and fans pop for that kind of thing. But we mentioned it on an earlier podcast where we covered you, Fonzie, was saying like how you brought that heel, more of that heat to Rob and to Sabu and stuff like that, and got that across because you're constantly whistling. It was WrestlePalooza. We were watching the one in Georgia where Rob and Sabu wrestled one another, and you're just constantly whistling the whole time, and it's just like it added to like, oh, that Fonzie's got to shut the f up, like all that kind of thing you're thinking of. So it really
after a while, I added on to be a heel and all that, and that was kind of what they wanted.
Yeah.
We became characters. We became beloved characters. They loved us after a while. So it just changed. It was for the better. So it was really cool. But I enjoyed
interacting off of your energy. Brought me out of my shell and helped me to do promos. Because when I first went to ECW, I was too shy. I didn't have anything to say. And I didn't want to go anywhere near the promo room. I remember Paul telling me, no, just come in and check it out one time. You don't feel like you're going to be pressured to do anything. Just see what we do, and check it out, But it was after doing all the promos with you that I started feeling more comfortable I guess you gave me something to say because you were, countering my energy so much that I'm like, Daddy, we're trying to get to the same place, but relax,
We were ad-libbing. As a referee, I refereed for 20-something years before I got to ECW. And how many promos did I do as a referee? 10. Explain something or whatever. So my first time coming in, and Paul Heyman wanted me to do a promo, and I couldn't. I did 2 takes, take 3, take 4. Then I became. So I said, Paul, I don't know how to do a promo. He said, just act like a shoot. You're going to be in Philadelphia. You're fighting Taz, Van Dam fighting Taz. That we're at we're there. Just treat it like a shoot. So now I'm One Take Fonzie. Treat it like a shoot. I talk about my guy with tree trunks, Van Dam, the whole effing show, and Sabu, and it would make my job easy. And I love doing the promos. And I ended up being reasonably doing them well.
How did you feel jumping into the manager role too? Like, was that kind of like nerve-wracking for you, going from referee to like being a manager?
You would think it would be, but I had been around the business since 1978, and I started in May of '95 in ECW, and then about 4 weeks into that, I became a manager with Taz. And it was just some type of natural flow. Paul Heyman seen something in me, and I was just being Fonzie around all these great guys. In fact, I just got the Gary Hart Award Manager of the Year from a company that I work for in Florida, CCW. Kind of reminded me of a young ECW. What a company! So it was just a flow. I didn't know I could do it. And how could I not be good? I was with Van Dam and Sabu, if I was the shits, they didn't work. I had to be reasonably well. And
you would have just got chokeslammed by 911 and then been out of there.
Right, exactly.
And do you have any Pat Patterson or Mel Phillips experiences you'd like to share with us?
Well, I do have a Pat Patterson if you guys want to hear it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, WrestleMania 9, it was Giant Gonzalez against The Undertaker in one of the main events, and I was Giant Gonzalez's personal assistant for 3 years, the largest athlete on the planet. It was very cool, and I got a couple of stories to tell you about that you guys might like. Like a week before WrestleMania, we did a spot show somewhere, WWF, and it was Undertaker and Giant Gonzalez. They wanted to do the same match they would do at WrestleMania, and the finish was I get chokeslammed by Giant Gonzalez. And he's almost 8 foot tall, and when I'm up there, I'm like 15 foot in the air. And instead of letting me float down, he pushes me down as hard as he can. Bam! Knocked me out, concussion. I was out cold. They carried me back to the dressing room. And finally, I came around, and Patterson followed me in the shower and was watching me. He said, "Oh, I'm going to just make sure you're okay." I don't know if he molested me or not. I don't think so.
you were concussed.
Oh, yeah, you couldn't remember.
Right. I was kidding. I don't know if he took advantage of me or not, but God bless Pat. You know what I mean? But he sure did follow me in the bathroom. I remember that much.
And you have a loss of memory of then what happened. I do remember. I do remember you telling me this before.
He would have jacked me off or something, but that didn't happen. I'm pretty sure that didn't happen. But he sure did.
Would you have been the pitcher or the catcher?
I wouldn't let it happen. I like girls too much.
Well, Bill, what do you think about the or Fonzie? Fonzie, what do you think about the Vince McMahon allegations and everything like that? Did you have any thoughts on that?
Golly, I don't know what to say. I don't want to get no heat on Vince, but he's bringing it upon himself. I guess he got so eccentric, and my goodness.
One thing that I came to terms with, when I was thinking about, like, how could I even describe how I feel when I'm asked about this, is that for me, because I've heard opposite. Now I've heard opposite. First, I heard nothing negative about the girl, and I was like, wow, I'm so surprised people aren't attacking her. Today, I heard a lot of people attacking her, and the opposite perspective, of what it was portrayed as before. But anyway, for me, one thing I'm sure about is if all this is true, all the stuff that was happening, whether it was consensual or not, I'm still very disturbed and disgusted by it.
It's some dark stuff. Like, there's just no way around it. Like, in that regard, it's crazy. It really is.
And at that point, I think that makes me judgmental.
Well, Rob, you told a story at WrestleMania week on a bus or something, and there was somebody that had a gun you saw or something like that, and you felt like obligated to do something almost, and stuff ended up working out, but it was like...
I jumped off the bus, and when I saw his gun, I started like reaching to it. I'm already thinking, like, am I going to, what's going to happen? Is he going to pull this aggressively? Is he going to point that at anybody? But he made it very obvious he was putting it away in his trunk, and I let him do it. But I mean, yeah, I was the closest person to him. I put myself there, and that's just natural.
Yeah. Yeah. Bill, Fonzie, do you have any crazy stories like that when it comes to like being in wrestling and like the heat that gets picked up, like with fans back in the 70s and stuff like that? When you first kind of were getting in there, it was like any crazy, because I heard the stories like Terry Funk getting stabbed in like Puerto Rico by fans and certain shit like that all happening. Do you have any kind of crazy instances like that?
I don't think of some cool stuff that happened, but it was a different era, and of course, there were fans jumping in the ring and so on, but I can't think of nothing right offhand, but there's tons of stories like that. I
get called like that a lot of times when people want a story, and I'm like, oh, I got tons. What I was going to say was that even I've been on YouTube learning what I could about the allegations, and a lot of stuff would come up from the past, like in the early 90s, the Merv Griffin show and the Geraldo Rivera show, and Tom Cole, the ring boy that was accusing Mel Phillips, the ring announcer, of what he was doing, and all of that stuff. But anyway, back then, they thought it was okay to express their tongue-in-cheek humor about the situation by letting out little jokes during commentary, like there'd be a wrestler.
Those programs like the Phil Donahue or
when you were watching wrestling, you heard them and you didn't understand.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, like there'd be a wrestler in the ring and they'd say, "Oh, he comes, right out of the back door of Terry Garvin's School of Wrestling," or whatever. I don't know if that's exactly. Yeah, and it was, and you look back at it now, and not that it was okay then, but if it was at all funny, then it certainly fucking isn't now at all. And it's like that was how long ago? 30 years ago plus.
Yeah.
And already it was old news. It was already old news, you know? So it's crazy to think, looking back at that the horribleness, how bad it was then, and to think that people could for 30 years continue on that pathway. And I don't think the world feels the same about it. Not that they were outraged then, but I don't think, you know, in today's world, it's very much more unacceptable than it was in 1900, maybe even in 1970, even though it was really, really bad.
And
right.
In the wrestling business, we were almost like a secret society. We were really close knit, and nobody knew what we were doing, and maybe they thought that was all right, or but you know, now with social media and the worldwide news, you can hear something that happened in China from 20 minutes, you know,
instantly.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's been going on for a long time, and you know, the wrestling business has kept for a long time, and you know, held that secret. Now we're sports entertainment. I don't call it wrestling anymore, ever. Yeah, what do you do if I'm at a party with my wife? She's a nurse, and the doctors say, "Oh, Fonzie, what do you do for a living?" I say, "Oh, I was in sports entertainment."
You know, you dropped my name, Daddy.
Yeah.
So one of the videos, or a few of the videos, but that I came across, not literally, that I watched on YouTube. Fonzie, have you ever seen the video of Roddy Piper talking about his experience with Pat Patterson when he was young?
No, but I've seen Piper on. Damn it, I just saw a video with him and 4 other wrestlers on a talk show. I can't.
Was it Bill Maher? Was it Bill Maher? Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. What I was going to say about this video, though, it's so intense to watch, and he's so uncomfortable talking about it and everything, that's the overriding tone. Watching it is like he's wiggling around in his chair like he's being tortured, looking away from Sean Oliver, you know, when he and not just about the situation that's relevant here with talking about him being younger and whatever happened there, but also even just breaking kayfabe. I say that every week, that we were a secret society, you know, behind closed doors. He's so uncomfortable talking to Sean Oliver about anything about wrestling. He asked him a question about what was it like, you know, to physically to work with someone like Andre the Giant in the ring, and Roddy's just like, I feel, he was just like, he was just like, I never talk like this to anybody. Okay. And it was just like, he was like dared to do it. And like someone had said, it's okay, Roddy, kayfabe is dead. And it was, I respected him for that, because that's what I got into, was the end of that era. And if you look it up, it's like he's stooging on his friends for doing murders, and all he's doing is trying to describe how to sell to a crowd.
When I started May of 1980 for Florida Championship Wrestling, the heels and the baby faces got dressed in 2 different dressers. They never saw each other until they got in the ring. And Charlie Lay was the guy, one of the office guys. We would go pick up our check. He said, "Who are you riding with? You couldn't ride with a heel, and babyface couldn't ride together. You did that, big trouble." Super kayfabe back in the day. Not like now, I say sports entertainment, you know.
Yo, Rob, we're going to take a quick time out just to say that this week's episode of One of a Kind with RVD is presented by Get Blitzed. Get Blitzed Lit Aid Nano-Infused THC Syrup is a premium cannabis-infused syrup formulated with nanotechnology for fast-acting effects. And that advanced nanotechnology formulation allows for quicker onset and enhanced potency compared to regular THC syrup. It's Delta-9 and legal in all 50 states, every single one. And you have several syrups to choose from Blue Raz to key lime pie to pina colada to tiger's blood to cherry to grape. Just head to get-blitz.com, use promo code RVD, and get 15% off your whole order. Could be a bottle, could be a bundle, your choice. But yes, head to get-blitz.com, use promo code RVD, and it is by Mickey Ray Sinatra and Courtney. Take a look. Head to get-blitz.com, promo code RVD, get 15% off. It's one of a kind, baby.
Hey, just wanted to tell you guys about Factor Meals. I'm sure you've heard these on podcasts before, but let me tell you straight from the horse's mouth, I love these things. I got the keto meal plan, and it was just amazing. 6 meals that I came in, really easy to eat, really easy to heat up and prepare. And I had so much different chicken ones. There was a pork one that was really, really good. And yeah, you'll have over 35 different options a week to choose from, including keto, calorie smart, vegan and veggie, and more. And there's even more to enjoy with over 55 nutrition-packed add-ons that help make your weekly meal planning even more delicious. What are you waiting for? Get started today and have a feel-good week of meals ready to go. 2-minute meals. Guys, I don't have a microwave. You can get those in 2 minutes. You can do them in the toaster oven too. You can do them in an oven. It's 7 minutes. And the tray that they provide for you is safe in the oven and stuff like that. And bam, it's so quick. So great. I like these things a lot. I'm telling you, it's good stuff. But you fuel up fast with Factor's restaurant quality meals that are ready to heat and eat wherever you are. Snacks, smoothies, and more. Discover a wide variety of easy options for the entire day, like breakfast, midday bites, and more. Sign up and save. We've done the math. Factor is less expensive than takeout, and every meal is dietitian approved to be nutritious and delicious. Factor is the perfect solution if you're looking for fast, upscale options done easy. Flexible for your schedule. Honestly, I'm always on the go, guys. I'm out of my apartment. I get restless in my apartment. So I'm always on the move, always doing writing outside of the work, doing the podcast here. So once I try to get prepared and get set up, last thing I'm thinking about is prepping dinner and stuff like that. So Factor really came into play and was a factor in making my day a lot easier, honestly. And the meals are great too. So get as much as you need for choosing 6 to 18 meals per week. Plus, you can pause or reschedule your deliveries anytime. No prep, no mess meals. Factor meals are 100% ready to heat and eat. So there's no prepping, cooking, or cleanup needed. Head to factormeals.com/RVD50 and use code RVD50 to get 50% off. That's code RVD50 at factormeals.com/RVD50 to get 50% off. Guys, it's a great deal too. Honestly, if you do the 6 meals, you save so much money in regards to like takeout. Like I did Grubhub all the time. And honestly, I would rack up so much money when it comes to this. This saves you so much money when it comes to even just doing 6 meals. This meal plan is great. They offer so much stuff. And guys, I want to try it more. So yes, you can do it too. Head to factormeals.com/RVD50. Use promo code RVD50. Fonzie, did you kind of wish it was kind of like that though? Like where it's like, you know, the kayfabe was still, I know it's kind of harder in today's world.
Evolution has changed. It'll never be back like that. And I'm glad it's like it is now, more sports entertainment. It gives us more to do. That secret society used to get me in trouble because some guy would come up to me and say, "Oh, wrestling's fake." I'd have to slap him.
Yeah, right. You got to be like, all right, no, it's not.
And, you know, I was in, we had the Holiday Inn in Philadelphia after ECW show, and we were checking in. I was sitting in the lobby, and I already checked in. There was a bunch of the guys checking in, and there was a rugby team checking in from Europe. And one of the rugby players was sitting right next to me. And he said, "Man, who were all those big guys over there?" I said, "I don't know. They look like wrestling or something." He said, "Oh, all that fake bullshit," and they defended me. For some reason, I said, and I made some stupid comment like, "Your mother's a fucking whore, you fucking asshole," and you fucking start beating me up for about 15 seconds, hit me in the head. And New Jack said, "Hey, that guy's beating up Fonzie," and they beat the fuck out of that guy. But I started it. I could have been, it was sports entertainment, or something like that. But I got offended when he said, but he offended me the way he was saying it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, kind of like just disparaging or
like Bill Maher.
right,
said that.
right. Mm-hmm.
The difference was he probably didn't know that you were with the wrestler, so he wasn't intentionally offending you. Imagine when people talk to us like that and they're trying to offend us, how much harder it is. Because it's like the only reason this person said that, is to get a reaction out of me. So
Right.
do I give it to him?
At all. He didn't know who I was at all.
Yeah.
So he didn't even mean to offend you.
It still offended me that he didn't know, but
Yeah, Daddy. I know. I traveled with you, Daddy. I know.
Rob,
old school.
Still one of the boys. Still one of the boys. Even if they don't know, they're gonna find out.
They'll find out one way or another. Rob,
Yeah.
so like back in like when you were in ECW and like just in the late 90s and stuff like that, if like I'm sure you had those instances too where people would be like, oh, that fake shit and stuff like that. How would you kind of respond to all that aspect? That's an awesome magazine cover, by the way.
I learned to deal with it. I learned as time goes by, I learned to deal with it a little bit better. It was starting to open up in 95, more of a sports entertainment, because when I left Vince, it was still, I was with Vince in WrestleMania 93, 92, 93, 94, and it was Worldwide Wrestling. Then he changed it to Worldwide Entertainment, and then I got with the entertainment value of it, and I just dealt with it a lot easier.
A lot easier. Rob, how about you? How did you handle that kind of stuff when you'd have somebody interaction, whether it was an athlete or whoever?
No, it was the same way, as Fonzie said, as a wrestler. I remember sometimes when I was so young that I was still like at parties, like high school-ish parties. And that's when me and my friend Dango used to always look for fights and stuff. We were just stupid, but we were testing ourselves. But it's not a very, it's a destructive way, if you're going out with no rules or whatever. But we would always look for a challenge or whatever. But I remember one time just popped into my mind when we were telling them we're going to be pro wrestlers and there were some dudes who were making fun of us, and they didn't like. By the way, they didn't like we were there because we went there with their girlfriends that we met at the mall. And the girls brought us over to this house, and then these two dudes are over there drinking beer, and we're standing there like not leaving. But this one particular memory that I remember, we ended up wrestling, me and this dude out on the ground, and I actually couldn't take him. You know what I mean? So I didn't. On this particular memory that I'm remembering now, it wasn't like an ass beating, but I didn't defend the business very well, but I was 18, 17, whatever, but I forgot about this till now, but at least I fought, for it, it's just fake, and you want to find out, but usually I don't have too many stories that end up with me not on top. That one just popped in my head, and who knows? It probably happened, but I know. Go ahead.
In a place where I don't bring up sports entertainment, so I don't get asked these silly questions.
Right.
And sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. But I kind of try to avoid it. And if I know the guy's an asshole or something, and I know he's how a lot of people react. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's fake and this and that. I don't want to go through the channels of explaining and defending my livelihood for the last 45 years. But and sometimes I do, but a lot of times I avoid it.
Yeah.
If someone is just asking to be an asshole, then I don't bother giving them an answer. But if they ask because they really do want to hear my perspective, then I give it to them. And I'll give it to you if you want, Dom. I don't know if I've done this recently on this show because I've done a few podcast interviews recently. And stop me if I just did this last week. But if you haven't heard me talk on an interview, for me, when other wrestlers point out their injuries, and say, "Oh, you see that fucking?"
We talked about this. Yep.
We did. Okay, then I won't bother again.
It's a great perspective though, because I was
always been that way. It's real to me. I'm really doing those moves. There's not fucking wires guiding me down, and we really are competing, not for necessarily to win the match, but really in the backstage, fucking with the politics and everything, considering most wrestlers do want to win, then yeah, they go through talking to the agents or the writers or whatever, and that is definitely part of the competition. They get you ahead, that gets them ahead, not me.
Yeah. Well,
by the way, I ended up, after hearing the question enough, usually the short answer for me, if someone says, is that stuff real or fake, I just say, look, let me pick you up and body slam you one time, and then you tell me.
Then you'll know.
Is that easy?
Yeah.
Is that easy? Bam. What would you think, buddy? Get up.
Right. Let me pie face you with the chair. I broke my arm so bad in a match, and I was either a manager or a referee, where I had to get it rushed to the hospital and put a titanium plate in there and 6 screws. I've got multiple stitches. I'm almost bled to death. My shoulders. I'm a referee and a manager.
Yeah, right. You're not even a wrestler.
I showed you my carpet burn, right?
Yeah, the mat burn. The mat burn happening.
That burns.
Yes,
so I've got a lot of injuries. Crazy. It's crazy, man.
Fonzie, you were telling, before Rob joined us, you were telling me that the Sheik stabbed you with the pencil, right?
My first professional match that I refereed was in Lubbock, Texas. I was trying to get into business. I was trying to break into business. One of my best friends, the Cuban assassin, David Sierra, said, "Hey, Rocky Johnson got me booked in Texas. I'm going out there. I want you come out there with me, and I'll tell him you're my little brother and you're a referee."
I seen him recently without you, by the way.
Oh,
I think in Pennsylvania at that Hershey or Harrisburg, whatever it was, something with an H. Cuban assassin.
Oh,
nice. He lives here in Florida. I see him all the time.
Okay.
So I was went out there, but they had all the referees. They had Bronco Lubridge, David Manning, this guy and that guy. So in 6 months, I got to work 4 times, 5 times. So what was the question? I forgot.
I was just telling it how the Sheik stabbed you with a pencil.
So one of the matches that I worked, my first professional match that I worked, is the Sheik, Sabu's uncle, and Terry Funk in a chain match. And the Sheik ended up beating the referee up, which was me, and stabbed, didn't mean to stab me, but he stabbed me in the arm. I still have the lead mark. And Sabu, that's why Sabu and I clicked so good, because I told him that story and he loved it.
A permanent autograph you had.
Yeah.
A permanent autograph.
Cool.
Right? Well, let's get to some.
Started and got in here, broke in here in May 1980.
And then things full time since then, huh? Full time since then.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, let's get to some super chats here. Fonzie, you can weigh in on these too. Beyond the Script podcast, the $4.99. Thank you. Fantastic job on AEW, Rob. What do you think of the Cody Rhodes situation? So him winning the Rumble and then The Rock coming in there and everything like that is what's happening. And it looks like it's going to be The Rock and Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. Is the AEW locker room pissed? RVD, baby. So, Rob, what's your thoughts on that?
Is that how they did it? He won the Royal Rumble and was supposed to get the match. Then The Rock came in and just said, "No, it's going to be me."
So what happened? Yes, Cody won the Rumble, the Royal Rumble. And then everybody's thinking he's going for Roman Reigns' title because that's what he lost at last WrestleMania.
But that wasn't the prize of the Royal Rumble.
But Cody could have his choice of what title he wanted to choose. So he could either challenge Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight title, or he could challenge Roman Reigns for the WWE title. And so what it looked like was Cody was going for that WWE championship against Roman Reigns. And then on Monday, Seth Rollins came out and be like, "Hey, you should challenge for the big gold, the belt that I have. That's Dusty's belt. That's, Ric Flair's belt. Do you want the Hollywood title that Roman Reigns has that he never defends?" So then on SmackDown this past Friday, Roman Reigns comes out, talks trash about Seth Rollins and that title. And then Cody Rhodes comes out and he's like, "So I want that title." He was like, "But I've spoken to a lot of people, and I won't challenge for that title at WrestleMania coming up, but this person will." And out came The Rock. And so that's kind of what happened and how it all set up. But a lot of fans are upset because they wanted to see Cody Rhodes challenge for that title. But The Rock at
Every
WrestleMania
time
40.
that for sports entertainment, but if they put them in for the title and put the title on him right away, so hopefully The Rock puts him over, and then he gets a shot next year or whatever, and then he's going to be the champion for the next 6 to 7 years probably. They need somebody, and Cody's a hell of a hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big name.
Absolutely.
People like him. He's very marketable.
Mm-hmm. He is very marketable, but big time. Yeah. So, Rob, that's kind of the situation that they have going on.
Yeah, well, thank you for the backstory, because I did see on social media the headlines or little comments. I knew the fans were upset that it was going to be Cody. Instead of Cody, it was going to be The Rock. I saw the headlines on some YouTube videos that I didn't listen to that said The Rock got booed. Fans are upset that it wasn't Cody. And my thoughts on that were, I got asked, did I think it was going to be The Rock or Cody, like, I don't know, a month ago or whatever. And I said The Rock, like it's those guys, the tribal family or whatever, they've been taken over. Obviously, WWE loves them. WWE Universe loves them. And you know, what a huge part of the story bringing The Rock back and having him challenge is to that whole dynasty and bloodline. And how can you not do that if you have the ability to have that match at WrestleMania where you're putting everything you got into that one night to make it the best show of the year? And I look at the fans complaining about it as a good thing. I think, you know, that they're behind Cody so much that's good. That's what you want. He's a great baby face, and that's part of his story, is the fans are going to think that when he deserved the shot, that he didn't quite get it. They're going to stick with him. And like Fonzie said, moving forward, then Cody's in a great position. And the fans are always, when the fans complain about things like this, it seems to me like they're fans that are saying, I could write a better show than you. You know what I mean? Because when I was a fan, we complained if the heel tripped the baby face and the referee didn't see it.
Yeah, right.
That's what we complained about as fans. You know, come on, man, he got ripped off again. You know, you didn't even see it. And now
it's so big that we used to call them smart marks.
Right.
Smart, you know what I mean? But I think the majority of the WWE universe is okay with what's going on. And there'll be WrestleMania is going to be huge and big, and it's going to be a fantastic show, no matter which way they go.
And if you're really arguing that, you know, that it was a dumb choice, what this $1 billion decision that teams had corporate meetings over, but you know what would be better. Are you saying that you think Cody Rhodes is a bigger star than The Rock?
Me? No.
No, I'm saying the people that are saying it should have been Cody instead of The Rock. Are you saying Cody Rhodes is a bigger name than The Rock? Because I beg to differ with that.
That's the thing too, is like everybody's thinking from, hey, the story perspective, and like you're compromising Cody, what he's been through and all that stuff by having The Rock face Roman when he should be facing Roman. When I think, Bill, you said it really good, is that like he's going to be a star for years to come. And moving down the line, if The Rock happens to beat Roman Reigns for that title, or even Roman Reigns happens to beat Rock for that title, and Cody beats one of them, then his story continues, and then you have a new star moving forward. I think it doesn't necessarily have to happen at WrestleMania 40 for it to be true to Cody's story. I think,
and The Rock is definitely one of the biggest stars. You can put him there with
right.
Hulk, The Rock, and RVD.
Right. Yes. There we go. Rob, that's what you got to do, is you got to insert yourself into this equation here.
Hey, man, I'd love to, but I don't think my bank would believe it if I said I was up there with those fellers. But also, I forgot what I was going to say, but it's a business and it's hard to look at it that way when you're a competitor feeling overlooked, and when you have to fight for your own momentum, which you do, but don't fight too hard or they'll tell you it's a work. And it's like, it really takes a lot to navigate those waters, so anybody that can do it, be successful at it, has to have a lot of different skills.
Let me put this in there. Sometimes the offense doesn't get it always right. The offense makes mistakes too, but usually they get it right. That's offense. That's why Dusty was a booker down here. He was fantastic. Selling out. How could you sell out Monday West Palm Beach, Tampa Tuesday, Miami Wednesday, Jacksonville Thursday, Friday and Saturday a spot show, and Sunday Orlando. Week after week and week after week, you had to have good stuff. So the offense is usually pretty damn good. Or
it seems like they're mostly spot on for the most part. People harken back a lot to like when Brian Danielson, like 10 years ago, when he got that that chance to be at WrestleMania, and people really wanted him instead of Batista or Randy Orton to be in that position. And then there was that big groundswell for him to be put there. And sure enough, the fans basically got what they wanted at that WrestleMania, where they kind of changed it so he won the titles and he beat Triple H there too, and it ended up working out. So but typically, it's a lot of this from a business perspective in the grand scheme of it all. Seems like a big deal, and I think people are a little too caught up with it's hurting Cody. It's not hurting Cody at all. Like Rob, what you said, Cody is just the fans' passion for it will ultimately bring Cody to bigger stardom and all.
Yeah, and Fonzie, do you agree with this statement I'm about to make? A person's hardships is what builds their character.
Absolutely.
Boom.
Yeah.
So keep going, Cody. If I would have kept going when I quit, maybe I would have been in a much bigger position. You know what I mean? Like when I was world champ and I lost all my heart, with what they were doing, and I needed a spiritual escape, and I did that. If I would have stayed, ate shit for a little while, maybe I would have been like right back up on top. Maybe I could have been Edge. I thought we were kind of neck and neck. I didn't see big difference there. And then he ends up getting the biggest payday like in history, biggest contract, right? Everyone's got their own pathways though, so I don't have like regrets. That wasn't for me. I love where I'm at. And now I'm in a great position where, as everybody saw on Wednesday, I can still go. I can still move like I did before, but I'm so much more knowledgeable now. Not with just experience in wrestling, but in life. I'm in such a better place, which is important. Where you're at in life has a lot to do with how much you're able to commit. And as a performer, it's really all about commitment when it comes down to your actual performance.
Hard when you left WWF, remember your heart wasn't in there. You were the Rock of ECW. You were the Hulk Hogan of ECW, and you could have been, I'm sure, one of those big superstars like The Rock and Hogan if you would have stayed and your heart was in it. But it wasn't. You needed spiritual energy, and you had to take a break and so on and look, you're doing great, RVD.
Yeah. By the way, I saw Dolph Ziggler was like one of the guys that was getting pushed a while ago, like before he left. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking he did it. He hung in there, man, because they were jobbing him out left and right. And I know he must have felt underappreciated, underused. And so did his fans. His fans always looked at him like, why is this talented dude getting squashed every week and getting punished? And why don't they do something with him? And he didn't seem to back off because he was there, I think, before I was there, and there long after I was there, and then eventually it looked like it paid off, and it looked like he was getting a real good push from whatever I saw. Like he was the top guy when his contract ran out or whatever happened, but definitely was in a better position than he was. Same thing with Kofi. Mm-hmm. You stay in there long enough, then maybe your time will come around. That's one way to do it.
Yeah. And this kind of is a good topic then, I think, to talk about too, is CM Punk getting hurt. he tore his tricep during Royal Rumble. And now he's going to be out for, I believe it's at least 4 months, but they're saying even more in combination with that. And he is somebody from WWE perspective that took a break, had to walk away, like for his own mental health to get, back in 2014. After that Royal Rumble, he was done. And then sure enough, he goes to AEW, has a situation there, some success, some failures there, if that's how people want to look at it. And then he goes to here. Sure enough, he gets injured again. He's at what? I think he's like 44, maybe is his age. But like this is like the third injury he's had. And Rob, you've stretched. I was even telling my brother this. I was like, make sure you stretch before you start working out all the time too, because it's important. And Rob does it all the time. So you coming from that perspective and seeing where CM Punk is at, how do you feel about that injury? And like, is there certain things when you get to this age like that you got to be a little bit more conscientious of?
Well, I think when it comes to not getting injured, let's look at the factors. When it comes to what I can do about it, I mean, genetics are probably the main thing, I would think, with most people, which you don't have any control over. Conditioning is basically the only other thing that I do have control over to try to put the odds in my favor. There's nothing I can do for my body other than condition it, which includes stretching, working out, anything that, if it's ice baths, whatever you want to, anti-inflammatory type of a lifestyle, meaning, search for everything that's that fights inflammation. That's all conditioning. So I'm going to say genetics. And when I say conditioning, the only other thing is my movements, right? Obviously, my movements that I do can determine the variance and the probabilities of me getting injured. So if I'm, a high flyer, I'm doing high risk moves, maybe or maybe not, that could be a better chance of getting hurt than if I kept it simple and didn't move very much. It seems like that would make sense anyway. And that's about it. It's like, it's a very physical game, and it sucks for Phil, especially the timing of it, because he was so hot and was the name.
Fire. He was on fire when
he was right. It was really like momentum was picking up big time.
They love him.
I kind of feel like, like being in the ring, a lot of it, even if you're really tough and you condition yourself, it's still going to be like playing defense in dodgeball. You're zooming around, running back and forth. Sometimes you're going to get hit, though, bam, bam. And sometimes you might get hit every 2 seconds. Bam. You might sit out, just get back in the game, someone hits you with another ball again. Damn it. And it's just because there's so many people running around, there's so many balls running around that, odds are that any one of us could have it happen and happen often concurrently. And then, we're playing an odds game, doing everything we can, hoping that doesn't happen, but it really still could. So I feel like it's more of an odds thing that people aren't giving Phil enough credit for, because I've seen some negative energy on, with the Twitter tards, whatever you want to call them, and them, thinking that he's fragile and coming up with all this stuff, but not necessarily. And by the way, most of the injuries that I know of happened with something really simple. I was in the car on my way to the AEW show on Wednesday, and I rode with Adam. I don't think it's Adam Page. He's on a crutch.
Adam Cole, baby.
Yeah. Oh, he's the one that does the one arm, right?
Yeah.
Boom. About that? What's up with that?
Yeah. Hey, that's half my trademark there.
But good guy though, and we were talking. Yeah, we were talking, and I asked, he's on a crutch, and got the walking boot, and I asked him what happened, and it was something super simple. I said, same thing, Fonzie. You remember in Orlando, I did a sliding kick to Rhino and rolled my ankle, broke it. After all those dives and flips and everything, and I even did a backflip right after I broke my ankle.
Damn.
I didn't know it was broke. I just knew it hurt, and usually I could shake it off. I swear I swear I thought I was indestructible until that happened. So I didn't know how to react to it. I kept trying to walk it off, kept going. Yeah, I did the backflip. But anyway, I just want to mention that too, that a lot of the injuries from talking to other wrestlers, maybe you can back me up on this, Fonzie, but isn't it usually simple stuff? Just a twist of the ankle in a loose mat or something?
Usually it's the same thing you've done 165 times. How did we wrestle 340 days a year back in, when I started, these guys wrestle and they avoided a lot of injuries. The injuries start coming when we started getting a little more, when the evolution started changing, the sports entertainment guys are doing way more action in the ring and flipping. It's crazy what they do now. So injury is so much more prone to happen, and it does. But it's usually something that you've done 100 times.
How much can you accredit, do you think, the fact that a lot of wrestlers nowadays don't wrestle as much as you guys did too back in the day? It's like you hear about it, like your body kind of calluses, quote unquote, and like you get used to doing this stuff, and then you not doing it as much, it can cause some simple stuff can kind of cause injuries. Do you think that comes into play of just wrestling less?
I personally don't, if someone's doing it full time.
Okay.
Because if you're not doing it 5 days a week, but you're doing it 1 day a week, that's plenty. I mean, that's probably a way better balance for your body, in the long run. Like when I first came back to AEW after my match, I was thinking, man, if I came back every week, I'd get like warmed up. This match, I think my last match was in AEW, so that was October.
Yeah, it was like a tag with Hook, right? Was it on Collision you did it with? I think that was your last one.
I think we decided that. So that's November, December, January. So that's 3 months. For me. But obviously, I've been doing it a long time, and I know what to do to keep myself in condition and everything. But if it was like once a year, then definitely I'd want to get in a ring and roll, hit the ropes, bump around a little bit. If it was like once a year, if it was once every 6 months, on the fence. Might want to get in the ring, or maybe I'll just get in the ring before the show, make sure I can jump up to the top rope or whatever, But overall, though, I don't think you need to go every single day in order to get conditioned for the ring. I think it gets you conditioned real fast, but for longevity, it might take a few more weeks to get there. But if you did it once or twice a week, I think that would probably be ideal in about 3 weeks, or depending on who you are, but your body in 2 or 3 weeks, you would feel like you were going every day anyway.
Okay, that's good to know.
Just the traveling alone, when back in when I was working for Vince, you work 7 to 10 days, home 3. The traveling and getting in the ring every night, it was absolutely insane. I look back at that and say, how do we do that? How do we do it?
That's a good point, Fonzie. Like, I gotta say, the travel has always hurt me more than the matches. And I'll wrestle afterwards. I'm like, wow, I feel good, and the next day, I'll be like, man, I feel good. I really liked my match last night. My body feels pretty good, And then after getting in that seat and then having to sleep sitting up with either my head back or this way or whatever, and maybe even somebody leaning on me because you're that close to each other, and maybe leaning or all up against, the window or whatever it is. By the time I get home, I always feel so bad. And some of it could be everything catching up to me, but it's the travel that kills me every time. And if I could stay in town and not go home afterwards, I think I'd feel great.
I bet. 100%.
If I could wrestle in town every night, in hometown, not every night, but you get it, every time, that would be ideal.
Right. Just have Tony Khan bring AEW to Vegas and set up a residence there.
Believe it or not, this has been talked about several times, like in a dinner show kind of atmosphere, which could work here in Vegas, maybe nowhere else. But yeah.
Why the Rat Packs there? You had Wayne Newton. You met Wayne Newton there. It's like, why not have some wrestling?
Yeah. I forgot about that. That was, I think that was my idea. Now that I think about it.
Now that I think about it,
That can actually work. That's a great idea.
right? Well, I don't see what's the harm in that, right?
Well, we had WrestleMania 9 at Caesar's Palace, so let's have a show every 5 days a week at Caesar's Palace.
Right, and you get that. You don't get the usual crowd. You always get the new people showing up there. So
Right.
Yeah, I think what happened, I was having meetings with some people about it, and then my guy Tom Garland moved, and I kind of forgot about it. But yeah, maybe I should pick that up again. A good idea is a good idea. I'm always a sucker for a good idea.
Right, it could be like a small indie show. It had to be a huge production. You know what I mean? Somebody with like Vince or Tony Khan would have to do it, or
do you remember though? But do you remember Fonzie Daddy? Do you remember the movie Showgirls?
Yes.
Remember how like there was cheetahs where everyone's there, woo, and there's a stage, but then there's also like that little tiny job where she's where she met the black guy, and she's there for an audition or something to dance, and it's a small little room and it's alone. Vegas has a wide range, just like big wrestling shows and small little indie shows. So even when it comes to stage shows or magician shows, you can find some pretty small, crappy ones that don't have a budget that are hoping to get discovered and work their way up. Midgets dancing, not midgets, magicians is what I was thinking. Magicians when I said midgets, but
magician midgets.
Why not?
Yeah,
that was another idea I always had was midget mixed martial arts, MMA.
Oh my god!
No,
I tell you what, that's not a bad idea.
I know.
That's not a bad idea at all, Rob. So we do that.
It's my follow-through game. I think it's weak.
There you go. Okay, so we have some super chats. One's just a shout out, Rob.
Hey, by the way, read the ones. Remember you wrote them down because we closed.
Yep, I screenshotted the one. So I'll pop that one up next. Okay. Legend One Man, thank you for the $5. He says, been down with the whole effing show since '97. So yes, he's getting his fill here with Fonzie and RVD here tonight.
Yeah, so, Daddy.
How about that?
Did we get together in '96 or '97 when we were management?
I think it was the first pay-per-view.
Okay. Barely Legal.
That was '97 then, right?
Yeah, Barely Legal '97 then.
That's when you became my manager, when I turned into Mr. Monday Night?
I went with Sabu, and then
that night you went with Sabu?
Yeah, I went with Sabu, and then you right after.
Got you.
Almost simultaneously, but
yeah, we're symbiotic. If you're down with one of us, you got to be down with the other.
Right.
I love that. I wonder if I'm gonna be picking him up from the airport. I guess I still got a long time, but yeah, I love that though. Having someone like that and having that relationship, as a shoot. He my brother.
The lasting bond you guys have is pretty.
Hey, don't scissor us, bro. Don't scissor us.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
RVD, do you remember doing this show? 50 years of funk. Last match in Amarillo, Texas, and you and Sabu were on the card. And I was managing Sabu. Can you see that?
Yeah, what a picture. That's funny. And I got black. Is that black? Okay. I don't know if that's electric tape on my wrist or athletic tape.
Oh, yeah. What is it?
Oh, it's black tape for sure. But
and I was probably barefoot. But no, I remember it. I look barefoot, but I do remember the show. I wrestled Dory Funk Jr. and did not take it easy on him at all. Did my helo over the top rope where my heavy ass, crushes everybody's shoulder, and kicked him in the face, Van Daminated him, all kinds of stuff. And what's weird,
was he there for you when you were doing your moves?
Well, I mean, as I remember, right? Yeah, I think when I did the helo out to the floor, I think it just kind of brushed him, if I remember right. But I remember telling him, and I would tell people like they were scared about it, man. You know what? I'm not gonna get hurt. Don't worry. You know what I mean? And I think I did that. But what's funny is looking back at it, it's funny I didn't take it easy on him. Why? Because he was like an old man. What's funny about that? That night, Dory was my age now.
That's so crazy too.
Wow.
I wouldn't think twice about catching someone doing a helo over the top rope and, you know, crashing and kick in the face. You know what I mean? Like, he was a way older 53-year-old than RVD at 53. So that's crazy.
That different era. I used to do so many 60-minute Broadways with him. That was a common thing. And when I started, they would do 60-minute Broadway. It was crazy.
The other night, I think we went like 5, then like a 3-minute commercial break. No, we did. And then 8, and then 3 and 5. How much is that? 16, dude. Anyway, yes. I totally could have gone another 15 minutes, no problem. Like I felt so good, and for a lot of reasons, but a lot of it was just being in there with him. I like the timing. I like to do things explosively, you know, and then react to it, you know, let everybody react to it, you know. One out of every 50 comments will say, oh, he definitely slowed down, but he did pretty good for his age or something like that. And you know, everyone's got their right to their opinion, whatever. But my perspective, though, is anybody that's gone through WWE does slow down. You get taught to slow down, so you make everything mean more. And a lot of the young guys now don't have that old school attachment anymore. So what happens? They don't sell anything. They take a finish, stand right up, take another finish, stand right up. And back in ECW, when I watch it, you know, which sometimes I'll come across it, that's the one thing that stands out in my mind. Like, yeah, impressive. I had impressive moves and stuff, but sometimes I didn't sell shit. And I just got like so committed to it that by the end of the match, I'm feeling everything that happened along the way. Every bump still, I'm carrying it with me. You know what I mean? If you DDT me at the beginning and we go 20 minutes, I'm still walking around like that because I'm into it so much. You know what I mean? I feel it, and it's fucking and I react to it. And so that's something everybody, when they get around, it's a green thing. When you start out, everybody that's trying to teach you says, whoa, slow down, right, Fonzie?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So the 5-star frog splash, fantastic. You know, big 5-star, and then you'd sell your own frog splash before you covered a guy. It was great.
I got trained by the best, Sabu.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Rob, that match itself too, you mentioned it. It's like it was really well paced out because, like, yeah, there was those moments where like it would kind of slow down, but it was just so it could breathe a little bit and fans could kind of take it in. But then there like those moments where you would just, okay, here comes that spot where you do the leaping leg off onto the fucking barricade there. And then, you know, all that other stuff, those impactful stuff with the chairs coming into play. And yeah,
there's an art to getting a peak pop where, and I don't mean the biggest peak out of all of them, but every time it peaks, you have to go from somewhere in order to get somewhere. And if you stay there and you're already there, then it's not as easy to get as good of a reaction. And this is kind of stuff that now I feel like Piper, because I never really like to give away this much stuff when I'm, you know, talking openly. But I mean, let's just say to get the best reaction, I always believe a misdirection and then boom, hitting them where they didn't know it was coming. That's the idea of make them think you are going to get kicked out, you know, get pinned. But then at 2 9/10, you just get that shoulder up. Sometimes they'll react like, oh, I thought that I got him. I use that art everywhere. Like before I hit the ropes, that's why I hit the ropes. That's why sometimes I'll just be like, boom, and I just take off explosively. That's why I do a lot of things. That's why if I'm in the corner and someone's running at me, I will I'll at least hold my fist up like I'm going to punch him before they hit me, or maybe I'm trying to get out of there. But everyone else, it'll just stand there, you know, and just wait. That's not the art that I am trying to bring across. And so yeah, you got to have those. You got to bring them. You got to bring them down if you want them to go up. If you're already up, and unless you go up higher, which, you know, is another way to do it, more challenging, and hopefully that's in your plan anyway.
What you were saying too, the finish of the match I thought was really cool because Swerve's taunting you on the turnbuckle, and then instead of you just laying there and waiting for him to do it, you're just giving them the double birds, like "fuck you, man," like that's it, and then boom. So it was a very cool finish too, and
yeah, I understand that people that recorded it did not get to see the finish. I don't know where it cut off.
I saw it. I don't know. Oh, but okay. I did. Yeah, and I watched it. I think
not online, but on TV.
Yeah, well, so I have Sling, so I watch it live, but I watch it through the app there. So I don't know if I caught the overrun, but I was watching it in time. So
interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's take some super chats here. We'll do the screenshot one I did from last week real quick before I forget about it. Boom. Mr. Whisper, $5 last week. Thank you. He said, Rob, Maven recently made a list of the most painful finishers to take, and it got me thinking if there was any you disliked taking in your career. Fonzie, we know the choke slam is yours by Giant Gonzalez. But Rob, how about you?
Well, you know, we talked about this somewhat recently, but obviously whoever I was going to say their name, but I don't see their message. So yeah, I mean, actually a choke slam is not fun to take. I would put that up there actually among the top. I think for me, it's going to be the Alabama slam that boom.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that it's like a, you know, that wheelbarrow drop you on your neck move that Del Wilkes used to give it to me in All Japan all the time, the Patriot. Mm-hmm. I think maybe Bobby Roode might have done that. I'm not sure. In TNA,
he did a big spine buster. I remember.
He did that for sure. The spine buster for sure. I remember him doing that to me on a ladder.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Bob Holly. And the thing is, you're up there, and then wham, like as much momentum as they can. Bobby Eaton, I think, used to do it, but I don't think he did it as stiff. But that's probably why it's an Alabama Jam on Bobby Eaton.
Yeah, right? Yeah, he did that leg drop too off the top too, the Alabama Jammer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But anyway, if you can't imagine, the reason that it's one of my least favorite to take is because it's so punishing, and there's so little I can do about it except for just eat it. You know, I'm hoping that I don't slam the back of my head and that my neck doesn't hit so hard that some damage will be there. But there really isn't, depending on how hard they want to slam you, you just got to eat it, you know, and you got your shoulders, you know, that you try to distribute the weight as much as you can, but no matter what, bam, it's a motherfucker. And it used to knock the wind out of me every single time, but I would never let them know because that's just the way that I am. I wouldn't let them know that they hurt me. I would never complain, you know, back when I was green wrestling with Del Wilkes, or when I was fighting for ECW Pride with Bob Holly, you know.
Yeah.
I would even, I mean, after a while with Bob, you had to do it, you know, fuck it, do it to me on a chair.
Right.
You know? But it was still so physical and knocked the wind out of me. And so a choke slam for very much the same reasons.
Yeah. Fonzie, is there a move that you hear a lot of wrestlers being like, oh, man, that's the fucking toughest move to take? Or is there anything that really stands out to you?
A lot of the ECW stuff with the hot potato, the chairs, been there, you know, hold the chair.
You're going to say the Van Dam with
the chair, and then you do the, man, those things were crazy to see and take. I'd get put through. I thought getting put through a table was going to be pretty tough, but Sabu says, all you're going to do, Fonzie, Sabu put me through a couple of tables when I was with Taz.
Mm-hmm.
So Sabu said, Fonzie, you're just going to fall from here to the 3 foot. I'm going to fucking take the bump through the table. You know what I mean? Don't worry, you're fine. And I never took a bad table. It was
How about that?
yeah.
One.
For me to take, not to do.
Right.
I put a guy through a table in Cleveland for some stupid reason. I volunteered, and I broke 3 ribs. I did it the wrong way. I didn't know how to.
Oh no! Remember you put Ben through a table in Wisconsin a couple years ago in 21 in my match. You remember that? In Wisconsin, it was that fundraiser show for the Army dude. Ben.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what's Ben's name? Ben Dover. I can't remember his last name right now.
Is he a wrestler, or is he?
Yes, he wrestles and he promotes this show in Wisconsin. Super nice dude, and I'm just blanking on his last name right now.
Maybe somebody in the chat will know.
Me too.
Yeah.
There's some of those, but usually the guys try to take care of you the best they can, but some of them you just can't. They do hurt. A lot of guys get busted up. Marty, speaking of getting hurt, Marty Jannetty, I think he's doing a fundraiser thing. His ankle, and they may have to amputate. I just heard. I've been reading about it a little bit. They may have to amputate his leg.
Oh, is that a new update? Because we had him on a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that's a new update. Like in the last 4 or 5 days, I just read it.
That's a shame.
At a Legends lunch. We have so many guys live in Florida, in Tampa Bay area that we have a Legends lunch every couple of months, and they were talking about it. It was just last Thursday.
Wow. And then I heard too. I think I saw on his Facebook, or no, I saw on somebody's his sister passed away. Is that true too? Did you guys look at that?
I read the thing.
Wow. All thoughts and prayers go out to Marty for sure.
I got 3 things to say. Yeah. 1, my friend in Wisconsin is Ben McCoy.
Okay.
Oh,
I forgot that. Yeah. 2, one finish that I would fight before I would take is the Rikishi Stinkface. And 3, I talked to Marty just before we did this show.
Oh, okay.
So he didn't mention the fundraiser. I mean, we weren't talking about that, but yeah, the doctors want to take his his foot or leg. He's got sepsis, and sepsis is really bad, and it spreads. It'll get up to your heart. It'll kill you. It goes through your organs quick. And so he's got that, and then his sister died. Yeah, and so not it's a bad sad week for him, but
I didn't mean to say Marty was doing a fundraiser. Somebody was talking about starting it for them.
Oh,
I figured that would come around, and I'll definitely support it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, dude, why aren't you at the hospital on an antibiotic drip right now? Like, that's what I don't understand. And he kept saying, well, they say it's past that. I know, I get that. I'm not saying instead of, but I'm saying to slow it down from spreading further. I mean, can't you do both? Like, I don't get it. Is it what? I don't know. I still didn't understand exactly, but yeah, he's considering. It was good to talk to him, connect with him, and I'm glad I called him.
Yeah, good to touch base. Yeah, the best of wishes to Marty for sure. Hopefully everything kind of turns out. It's
hell of a worker too.
We'll keep you updated. If there's any fundraiser or something that we can help push, we'll be doing it.
Absolutely. All right, let's do some couple super chats here. Seth, the writer of the RVD new intro song going down. So he says, right down the middle, baby. Fonzie, are you down for one more run of some of that sweet TK money, meaning Tony Khan? Swerve match was awesome. Let's manifest Darby Allin next. Because, you and Seth connected about manifesting with the Swerve. So,
right. Yeah. True.
So, Fonzie, you would be up for some little AEW appearance or several of them.
I would come in and pie face Hook, who is very marketable. I like Hook. He's very marketable and a hell of a hand in the ring. And I would love to pie face him and have my guy beat him 1, 2, 3. Give me anybody to pie face him and let's beat. Yes, I would love a run.
How about that?
I picture a match with Darby Allin being a lot like we used to have with Spike Dudley, Fonzie.
Right?
Yeah.
Remember those matches we'd have? Oh, so much fun, but man, we would just beat the shit out of Spike.
He would, my God, he was smaller than me.
How tall was he? How tall was he?
5'8".
I don't know.
Okay, wow.
5'6".
Tough kid. And he never would complain either. But man, I would be throwing chairs at him, hitting him in the head over and over and over throughout the match, and just piling him on top of him and splashing the whole pile. And you know, the guardrails, like those were some pretty hardcore matches. I really had a lot of fun, and I think he did too with them.
I believe.
Yeah, I think that spirit would probably try to manifest or come out in a in a match with Darby Allin. All right, Sabu gets in at 11:40.
11:40. Okay. Oh, the Wheelman RVD.
I get you.
The Wheelman RVD coming on in.
He was doing a show in Michigan.
He was, and then he stayed extra and did some extra work. I don't know. He went to some conventions that I don't think he was booked at originally or something, and made it an extra few days out of it. And now he's coming back to LV.
I'm with him on the 17th of this month, and in a couple of weeks in Rhode Island at a big convention. And then I'm with them in Hartford, Connecticut, right outside of Hartford at another convention. And of course, we're all together in April.
Are you not going to be in Queens this weekend, Fonzie?
No.
That's weird because it's like ECW day.
Really?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Have you ever signed at that? It's like an action figure store called. I mistakenly called. Yeah, Wrestle Universe.
Yeah. I went there and did an appearance.
Yeah, so me too, a couple times, but on the 10th, it's ECW day, so like I'm there all day, and the other ECW wrestlers are going to be coming in and out in rotation.
Is it at the store?
Yes, sir.
Oh wow, yeah, I didn't hear they didn't invite me. You know.
That ain't right, man.
There's so much other stuff going on. I'm working every weekend until I'm almost working every weekend until April.
That's great.
And I'm already booked in June. I'm already booked in June. 2 days in June.
No shit. Damn.
Yeah. Crazy.
Well,
Fonzie, if you ever get busier than you want to be, just raise your price.
That's it.
Van Dam and I did. You remember you told me.
High five.
You told me you didn't want to leave your house for a certain amount. You said it's not worth it.
That's not my standards.
I was afraid to ask for more money, and I did, and they have no problem.
Oh, yeah, imagine. Yeah. And that's probably why it's probably why I'm at this store all day Saturday and everyone's coming in and out, but worth it.
Absolutely. I like Queens. I've only been there a couple times, but I like it.
Katie's coming with me too.
Oh, is she? Rob, I was going to ask too. Did she go to New Orleans with you? Because she's from there. Or couldn't she make it? That's awesome.
Yep.
Very cool. Cool. Super chats. Unsweet Tease. Thanks for the $5. He says, you always inspired me, Rob. Thanks for being a confident, free thinker. Curious what you like to drink after not being a drinker for a long time. You were drinking champagne a couple months ago. Is it still your choice?
I'm still on the champagne kick.
Yep.
That's been my go-to for a while now. I just remember last WrestleMania in LA, I was drinking mimosas and they were somewhat new to me. And then I just wanted to cut the orange juice out because I didn't want the sugar. Sure. So I would can I get a mimosa without the orange juice? And then I switched to champagne. So I guess a little less than a year. That's been my go-to. Like when I'm going to have a drink, I will order a champagne. And in case you didn't know, this fact, which I believe to be a true fact, Fonzie. See if you know this. Do you know that champagne only comes from France? If it doesn't come from France, it's not real champagne.
I didn't know that.
And usually, depending on where I'm at, when I order champagne, they say, "Is Prosecco okay?" And I didn't know what that was at first, but that's Prosecco is like champagne they made here, also called sparkling wine, and that's champagne made here. Otherwise, it's going to be made in France. I was also told tequila's the same way. Don't know if that one's true or not. But it has to be in Mexico, or else it's not tequila. But I don't know if that's true. They were two different sources. But the champagne thing has been confirmed. So
we got that
right here, and that's my go-to, dude. That's what I.
You know what my drinking choice is?
No.
I'm not drinking at all.
Great,
good job, Daddy. Good job. But don't dehydrate.
Right.
When did you stop, Fonzie?
At the beginning of the year.
Good. That's great. Heck yeah.
But I'm never. I might have a drink again, but I'm just not drinking. I just got bored
right now, right?
Oh wait, it's only been 3 days this year so far.
December.
Okay, good job, Daddy. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I feel like the older I get, the more I appreciate drinking and understand why people drink. Because normally, you know, I'd be the one to walk by the bar and be like, why are all those people in there? You know, and back then it was also about like they spend so much more money on a dinner bill than I do when I'm not drinking, but priorities changed, and now like I enjoy it. Don't care that it costs more, and also I can only pretend I'm an alcoholic though, because after a few days of drinking a lot, I can't wait to take a break from it.
Oh God, yeah.
Like my Pacololo.
Pacololo, I could keep going on. Although I will say, like certain weed, like the weed that I have this week, I'm sick of it. It's dried out, and when it's dried out, it's a harsher kind of smoke. It doesn't taste as good. It feels dirtier. It's harder to roll. A lot of people don't realize it's a particular weed. People think like, I don't like weed because, you know, when I tried it, this or that, it might have just been that kind. I even have certain kinds that I'm not as fond of and other kinds that I love. So it's just like alcohol, a wide range of different families in the marijuana plant. But my shit's dried out, and it's not a pleasure to work with.
I like nice, fresh Pacololo.
Yeah.
There's so much good Pacololo now around the planet. I mean, especially it's legal in half the country. It's real easy to get the high quality, fresh stuff.
Some good stuff on there. Hey, there's an alternative too, and it's one of our sponsors actually this week, is Get Blitzed. It's by Mickey Ray Sinatra and his wife Courtney. They are the big proponents of it. Based out of Maryland, I believe. You can, they're THC, and they're great. Get Blitz Lit Aid Nano Infused THC Syrup is a premium cannabis-infused syrup formulated with nanotechnology for fast-acting effects. So there we go. They mix with drinks. You only need a small dosage of it. There's several different flavors, but you go to get-blitz.com and then use the promo code RVD, and you get 15% off. 15% off your order, and it's a great product. We got it sent to us, Rob, but I think it was so high in demand that somebody stole it from me because I never got my package, even though it was delivered. So
I'll take it tonight.
Man, yeah. Check your cat. Check your cat.
Yep, check my cat. That's a good point, Rob. He probably did take it.
Did not know that.
So yeah, check it out. Get-blitz.com.
I can't wait to.
Off. Yeah, 15% off. Promo code RVD. It's that simple. So. Thank you, Mickey Ray and Courtney, for sponsoring the show.
Thanks, Courtney.
Yeah. All right, let's get to a couple more super chats here, and we'll close it on out. It's been so much fun with you guys talking shit here. So, beyond the script, Rob, you mentioned this earlier when you were talking about Bobby Roode. Thanks again for the $1.99. I remember Sting no selling the Rolling Thunder in TNA. Rob, do you remember that happening at some point? Sting no selling the Rolling Thunder?
No, I don't, but I do have a comment on that. I don't remember him not selling the Rolling Thunder, But that wonderful debut match that I had in TNA in 2010, the idea was I'm just coming in and beating Sting really quick by surprise while he's distracted by Hulk Hogan. And I was going to run down as a surprise, climb to the top rope, jump off and do a kick and just cover him. And he wanted that.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, okay, cool. How about, I'll just hit you with the Rolling Thunder and cover you. He's like, no, that'll take too long. I want it to be quick. Just kick, pin. And I was like, okay, but I can do it. I can hit the ropes and roll and do it quicker than most people will even drop down to their knees and pin you. So it's not like a time thing. Like it's my cover. It's just the way I'm covering you. Like I could, instead of like just hooking your leg, I could do a backflip on you or whatever. And at the time, I didn't understand why he didn't want to do it. Now telling you, I get it. He had a different vision of it being boom, 1, 2, 3. But anyway, I finally talked him into the move. He wasn't for it, but boom, I kicked him, hit the ropes, Rolling Thunder, 1, 2, 3. And that's what everybody saw. And he did sell it for the 3 count. I didn't want to. I was like, dude, I've never beat anybody with just a kick. So I don't want to make you look bad because that's a move that I do a lot. I don't think I've ever pinned anybody with it. Maybe if Fonzie held a chair over their face. I still don't know. But either way, that's the story. So 1, 2, 3. And then afterwards, he hit me with a baseball bat to get his heat back up. And Hulk Hogan was supposed to be like right there. And to distract him, I fuck off. They do whatever. Boom, go to commercial. But Hulk never came back. And so I kept getting back up and taking another belt shot and another shot. And he specifically said beforehand, I don't want to like beat the shit out of you with the bat. I said, no, we don't need that. He said, I think like one hit, I said, cool. He gave me that one hit, but after a while, I was like, I can't stay down after one hit, which really, looking back at it, I could have just rolled to the floor. And then all the pressure would have been on Hulk coming out. But he came, it took so long to come out, they wouldn't notice then. And I kept getting up and feeding. And then eventually Hulk came down. And I think I saved Hulk by doing that, even though it made me and my debut look kind of shoddy. I took one for the Hulkster.
There you go.
If I would have rolled to the floor and it would have left us all just staring up at the ramp for 2 minutes, then that might have not looked as good on Hulk. So even though he doesn't know it, I got your back, brother.
Hey, dude. Got your back, dude. Nice. Fonzie, before we kind of close some stuff out, I did want to ask in regards to just, obviously you managed such legends like RVD and Sabu and everything like that. Who did you kind of look up to growing up as a kid, being a fan of the business and everything like that? Who were some of your favorites?
Eddie Graham. When I first started going to wrestling, my dad came home. He was a friend of the sports editor for the Tampa newspaper, and the Florida office used to put an ad who was going to wrestle on Tuesday nights, and they used to comp the guy who worked for the newspapers tickets. My dad came home with 2 comp tickets. Said, "Hey, Billy, I got tickets for wrestling." I said, "Wrestling? What's that?" I didn't know anything about wrestling, and I'm in the hotbed of the United States, Florida, So curiosity got me, and I went that Tuesday night and fell in love with there's Eddie Graham, Bobby Shane, Bobo Brazil, Dusty, Dick Murdoch. I can name Bob Roop. There's just so many. Damn.
Manny Fernandez,
Coco Samoa, Mike Davis, Scott McGee. There's Dusty.
All right. Look at those photos. Man, you got a hell of a collection, Fonzie.
Eddie Mansfield.
My whole life's documented, man.
Eddie Mansfield,
yeah.
Continental Lover.
Damn, I wish I could pull up a card and but here's a picture. Look at this picture. It's me and another referee, Jimmy Jett, and that's a young Paul Heyman.
Thought so.
Holy shit.
Down in Florida in the early 80s with a guy named Tombstone that was from like Baltimore. And Tombstone came down and wrestled for about 6 months, and Paulie was hanging out with Tombstone for the 6 months. And so Tombstone was leaving, and I was an assistant booker at that time with Bob Roop.
Wow.
And he said, "Hey, Fonzie, you think I can go to the ring and be his manager? He's only here another 2 weeks." And he was working with Scott Hall, putting Scott Hall over on his way out. And Paul Heyman had a pair of jeans and a pair of Converse. And I said, "Brother, you can't go to the ring like that." I said, "Do you have money to get a suit and look like a manager?" He said, "Yeah." So he and I said, "You don't mind taking the Scott Hall's finish?" And he took it every night for 2 weeks, and I guess he never forgot it.
I guess not.
I was instrumental in getting him in the business, but I was instrumental in being with him in the business in the very early 80s.
And telling him to wear a dang suit. What was Scott Hall's finish back then? Do you remember?
I think it was a choke slam.
Was it choke slam? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Choke slam.
Damn. All right. We did have a couple Fonzie questions actually here too. Mickey Ray Sinatra. Fonzie, when I was a teen, I wanted to rip that whistle from your neck. Did anyone ever try to actually do it? And how bad did he get his ass whipped if so?
Nobody actually. I look back at some of the matches that I did blow that whistle consistently, and I thought I blew too much. Now I blow it on my entrance.
Oh no, he froze again. The anticipation.
His entrance, and when people ask me to, and at conventions.
Oh no, he's reloading. You're back.
I'm back, Daddy. So I did blow it a lot. I annoyed a lot of people. When I look back at it now, I said, "Damn, I blew the match during the whole Van Dam match. Probably 60 or 70% of the match, too much." But now I get it on my entrance, a little bit during the match, and on the finish. But no, nobody ever tried to get it from me, luckily. And if they did, they would have got stretched.
There would have been some issues going on there.
Sometimes he would blow it in my ear, and I wouldn't expect it, and it would piss me off. I'm like laying on the apron selling, and all of a sudden he's way in my ear. I'd be like, "Fuck, God damn it."
And
We got to sell the ear pain. Yes, we need at least one this show. We need at least one. Legend One Man follows up, Rob. He says, "Always grateful and appreciate you and Fonzie for all the memories. Legends. You guys are legends." So there we go.
Appreciate you.
Yeah. All right. Here's another question. We'll close it out probably with this one, unless you guys have anything else you want to cover. Ask Fonzie, why isn't he smoking some 420 like RVD? You got some in Tampa, Daddy. You were talking about it.
Yeah, I got a big thing, and I'm gonna roll one up right after. I usually don't smoke in my home. I just bought I have a brand new home, my wife and I usually don't smoke inside. I smoke on the lanai outside, so I got a big fat one getting ready to be rolled up. Believe me, I'm gonna light one up.
He's gonna get it done for you, so don't worry about that.
By the way, until recently, and I think maybe. What was it that made me? Well, it was, I guess, a couple years ago, like around COVID. I guess when I started the CBD company, maybe that was around the time. But before that, I never would smoke on film because well, one, I didn't like the way that I looked smoking anyway. I thought it looked dirty and really. On a personal ego level, but on a bigger level, it was just because I didn't want it to be used against me. I always thought that, conservative people would say, you have kids that are fans of you and you're smoking marijuana, which, I would rather, if a kid's going to take after me as an adult when he's older, I'd rather have him pick up, marijuana than a cigarette.
Right.
But you can't explain that, and without really explaining it. But anyway, I used to never. So when I would even like when I was on that first, who's the fat guy with the beard? He cooks Ancient Aliens, rapper.
A rapper?
Come on, man. He's I was on his show, me and Sabu, a couple times. Ancient Aliens. Bronson.
Action Bronson.
Action Bronson, yes.
There you go. He does hook team. He does.
So when I was on there, like I wouldn't smoke on there. They're all smoking, and I would only do it when the camera was off and stuff because that was just my personal policy. And then there was a point where I was like, okay, the world's ready for it. You know what I mean? It's not
legal in 3/4 of the country. You can walk in a store and buy it without a medical license. Here it's still medical marijuana, but half the country, are more.
I know you're just throwing out statistics to make a point, which you're right. But check this out, Fonzie. We only have 8 states left that don't have some kind of a marijuana program.
Yeah.
Out of 50. So like, what the fuck? And it's like the Carolinas, a lot down there in the Bible Belt. Pretty sure Texas is still there. And anyway, it's gonna change quick. What, Daddy?
They're changing, missing a lot of revenue. Those 8 states that don't have it in some form, but they will. It eventually be legal in the whole country.
Right. So that makes me wonder this, because I know from decades of studying what history that marijuana is prohibited because it would compete with so many big conglomerate businesses, and those businesses are owned by the true world leaders. So when it comes down to the last states that are taking their time, I wonder if said world leaders have an interest or investment in those particular states, or is that just more of a delaying plan for the overall nation, to delay it as much, and those are just the last pins to fall,
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder.
Yeah, it's very intriguing. Jeez, we'll have to wait and see.
Jeez.
Jeez. Well, Fonzie, is there anything else you want to mention in that stuff before we close out? This has been great having you on. We got to get you back on here too.
Oh, I'd love to come back on. Can I put a couple people over?
Absolutely, 100%.
That I work for. Of course, I mentioned that show on the 17th in Warwick, Rhode Island. I'm with Sabu making an appearance at a convention. Dennis Rodman. It's not only going to be just a wrestling convention. It's going to be some different celebrities and Ron Simmons and a few of the boys. I want to mention this company I work for, CCW in Florida. I work for them once or twice a month. It's a great company. I want to mention AIW out of Cleveland that I work for once a month. They fly me up and pay me well, and I have a great time with a company. They're doing really well. Drawing 1,000 people. That's pretty good for a little indie company. And they're like a young ECW, these 2 companies I just mentioned. And I can't wait to get to the big WrestleCon in Philadelphia, where it all started for me in a way in April. We're going to hang out with RVD and Sabu and all the boys. Sandman, can't wait to see Todd Gordon, one of my best friends. Want to say hello to my boy in Boston, John, who's been watching. He watches your show all the time.
Nice.
You don't mean John? You don't mean John from back in the 90s, do you?
I'm not sure.
You had when we did the ECW shows at the Greyhound track. You had a guy we called John from Boston. I believe he would bring the weed.
Yeah, that's him.
He was like a gangster. He had a tattoo on his neck or something.
Yeah.
You have a tattoo on his neck?
He's a little gangster.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Tell him I said hello.
I will.
Yeah.
See him and hang out. He's got some real good 420. Send me a picture. So I can't wait to get here, Fonzie. He's going to hook us all up. We're going to have a great time. Take you out for fried clams and stuff. So
I saw him like 25 years ago, probably last.
Right. I haven't seen him for quite a while.
Hey, is my friend Pablo still with CCW or no?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Fonzie, is that the CCW? Is that the one that Gangrel also runs too, or am I thinking of something different?
Cool. And yeah, the Brazilian giant Nelio, he's the owner of the company. Him and Dan, great guys, and for some reason they love me. And I'm in Kissimmee.
Imagine that.
I'm in Pompano this Saturday, coming up with this company, They're doing really well, and they run every first Saturday in Hialeah, which is Miami, basically. And they're drawing 1,000 people. It's great. A hell of a show. A great crew, and so shout out to those guys.
Hell yeah. Sweet. We actually got another quick super chat in here. Unsweet Teej, thanks again for the $5. This for both of you. Curious if you remember a Rhino promo, Heatwave 99 or 2000, I think, said he'd shove Fonzie's whistle up his ass and violate RVD's face with fists. Do you remember this at all?
I don't particularly. Do you remember that, Fonzie?
Not at all. But we did so much cool stuff, man.
Yeah. I remember laughing at a couple things that Rhino said, but I don't particularly remember those words. That's pretty funny.
I see him at these conventions all the time. I see a lot of the boys at conventions. I see Sandman frequently.
Yeah, they're cool to do.
They are.
The Dudley boys all the time.
Oh yeah, they always keep busy, especially Bully Ray. Bully Ray does.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. Now, and Rhino's a fun dude too. It's I would love to be able to interview him or interact with him at some point. We'll see.
I think Shane Douglas and Francina was just with them last month.
Nice. Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. Fonzie, before we go to real quick, is there anybody that you think you would mesh up very well managing wise today in today's modern pro wrestling? Like any younger guys that you'd be like, I'd love to manage that guy.
I would love to come into AEW and give me a guy that can work his ass off that's not a big superstar and let us pie face hook and beat him. Any of them, anyone that can work really well, put me with them, and I guarantee you will be entertainment.
Good, keeping that ECW legacy cooking. Rob, you did it last week. Yeah, Rob did it last week, and it was amazing.
That's what I'm known for. I would love to come in and blow my whistle, and I'm only picking Hook up because of my relationship with Taz, and I like Hook a lot. I think he's a hell of a hand, and he's so marketable, just like Dusty's kid.
Yeah, Cody, absolutely.
Yeah, marketable guys, man. That's what the business is now.
Have you met him? Have you met Hook?
No, I haven't met him.
Cool kid, very likable.
Yeah,
Choke and Smoke, the ultimate tag team there.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like it. Cool. Well, guys, if you want to follow Fonzie on social media, I know Twitter, it's Alfonso Bill. And you can follow RVD at The Real RVD. You can follow me at Dominic DeAngelo. But hey, follow this podcast. You can tune into Rob's YouTube channel here if you're tuning in live, or go to rvdtv.com. It's the new channel that we got cooking. The full episodes get posted up there every Monday at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Plus, you can tune into our the audio version of this on wherever you get your podcasts. So do that. Give us a 5-star rating for that 5-star Frog Splash, and let us know what you think. And we'll be happy to read those on air too coming up.
And I'm very easy to get a hold of on social media. Bill Fonzie Alfonso on Facebook, Instagram, and all that, and Alfonso Bill on Twitter.
Awesome.
And I get back with everybody who social media is me. I get back with them in a certain way, especially if they want me to come do an appearance.
Hell yeah. And yeah, Fonzie, send me any info too you want. I'll be sure to include it in the podcast description.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah, I'll be happy to do that.
You're 5-star, Eddie.
Yeah, I know what.
You're a great host.
Hey, thank you very much. Rob, did you want to do some sort of ideology, or we can wait till next week? It's up to you.
I'm going to leave some words.
I like it. Let's leave some words. All right, Rob, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So we talked, I mentioned a few times, it's, think about if you want to be that person, and if you do, then I get it, because it's a non-accountable world that we live in now. But I try to get people to think beyond that, because really you're a real person, and everything that you do affects the life that you end up having. And, there's a theory that no matter where you go, you got yourself there. I'm not saying that there's not victims of circumstances, but if you really break it down to literal senses, they got themselves there. So when I'm reading the comments on my match that I had with AEW, there's like for every from what I read, it was almost all positive. So I just want to say maybe from every 20, oh my God, fucking great. RVD, so inspiring. Wow, dude, you still move. Crazy. There's gonna be one person that wants to take a negative approach. And like, why would you want to be the thorn that's the pain in the ass? because I always wonder, like, did they read the other comments? And it's not just about stating someone's opinion. It's not. It gets worse. And how I deal with it, Katie taught me to do this. When it's on social media, we just heart it anyway because we laugh. Do you think we care if you don't like us? Because if that's why you're doing it, is because you don't like us and want us to know or something, then whatever. But Katie taught me this, because on Instagram she'll go through it and like all the comments, and there'll be people plastic shaming her, like, ooh, more plastic than my trash bag, whatever. And then she'll go through and like it, and they'll go, I didn't mean for that to be a compliment. And she'll go through and like that one too. She just laughs at it, and that's really the best attitude that you can take, I think. So I do that too. So if you see that I liked your comments, that doesn't mean I agreed with them. I could have laughed at them. It depends. But there was a comment. Someone said, I mentioned that the day that we were found out about Vince's, allegations, it was a really weird day. We woke up and I found out 2 people that we know died. And there was one comment: how could you relate a porn star's death to Vince's allegation charges? And like, I don't know if that person knows just how much ignorance they have, because that's like, it's almost like a separated world. And I'll explain that in a second. But people want to be able to put people underneath them. Their egos want them to feel better about themselves. So sometimes maybe they think porn stars, for whatever reason, are less human than them. Hey, I might live at home with my mom and be broke and be 35, but at least I'm not a porn star. Meanwhile, a girl that's in adult film that doesn't have the same values as him, so she's not ashamed of it, she's okay with it, is hanging out by the pool, getting the sun in Mexico, loving her job, making money, and even has fans, and nobody knows who the fuck you are. So for you to try to throw somebody under the bus and expect everyone to get the same weight on it that you're trying to throw, it doesn't work that way. And I'm going to say again, why do you want to be that person? People like to hear what you like a lot more than what you don't like. Keep that in mind. And there's a time and place for everything, and everything, of course, is circumstantial. But I'll see comments in sometimes in my posts, Instagram or whatever, where they'll say, ooh, his girl, she's something about plastic or whatever. And so I laugh, and then I just heart it. Now, what do you think I'm going to think about the person that said that, though? Why would you want somebody to think of you as being that person? Is it because you want attention so much that even bad attention is worth it? Are you a big enough mark to where it'd be worth it to have people talking about you, even if it was the fact that Vince took a dump on your head? I think a lot of people would. They'd be like, hey, at least I would mean something. I would have validation. People would know I exist. And, that's kind of pathetic. And I get where people do feel like they don't mean anything. but it's still just your ego telling you that you're above people that you're not. Trying to put them underneath you because of something that only you feel makes you a basic thinker, because they don't have the same values as you. So you're unhappy basically for them having a much happier life, and you're the one that's feeling grief about it and negative energy. And here's what I meant by almost living in a separate world. You know, a lot of people talk to me for positive influence, advice, stuff like that. I've heard this so many times from those people that are in those discussions with me, people that want to be more positive and want to grow spiritually as a person. And this is what I hear from a lot of them. I can't be around negative people anymore, bro. I just can't do it. As soon as someone opens their mouth, they want to start talking about, oh, this is fucked up. I got to leave. You don't know how many people there are like that. But if you're one of those negative people, oh, Fonzie just FaceTime me. Did you cut him off?
No, I didn't cut him off. He exited out though.
Hey, Fonzie, Daddy.
Hey, Daddy.
I'm still talking. I'm almost done. You want to wait? Yeah, Daddy. Thanks for coming on.
Oh yeah, I had a fucking good time with you guys. I was just telling my wife said you guys went 2 hours. I said, but I was a part of it for 2 hours. We were flowing pretty good, talking a lot. We covered a lot, and it was good PR for me. And then you got it. Awesome,
man. Yeah, I'm still talking. We're gonna wrap it up right here because you're right. It has been a really long one, but I appreciate it, dude. I'll talk at you soon. And that's right. I got to get Sabu, so I got to hit my workout.
Yeah, for me, tell him I'll see him next week in Boston. And thanks, Dominic.
You're welcome, Fonzie. My pleasure, man.
Log my number in your phone. You call me anytime.
All right, you too, brother.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you soon, RVD.
Okay, see you, Daddy. Thank you.
Thanks,
Love
Daddy.
you. Yeah. So anyway, I think if you don't get where I was going, you know, I don't need to like go on and on and on, but you know, when it comes to like, do you think that we care about you liking us? What I'm thinking of from that is that people have different values, and so they don't like people based on their values, but we don't have your values, so we can like ourselves even if you don't. But you looking down on us is ridiculous with our values. And that's what you got to realize, is that everyone's got their own perspective. Everyone's got their own values. Do you know that actors used to be looked down upon? Actors in Hollywood, hotels, restaurants used to have signs that said no actors allowed. They weren't liked. Why? Because they were not cohesive with the Christian ways. They stayed up at night, worked during the night sometimes, and slept in the day. That alone was the devil's work back in a certain day. And, not to mention they partied. Hey, you know what? That changed. People love actors now. They look at them like gods and give them billions of dollars. Just because someone doesn't like you doesn't mean that you should let it change or affect you. Even let it affect if you like them or not. You know, I've said that a few times. There's certain people that dude's energy turns me off. He could be my biggest fan. I'll feel the same way. And I feel the opposite. Suppose I like people, and I'm like, even if they said they didn't like me, I would still appreciate the same things about them. Anyway, that's our RVDology. And I'm just saying, it's your ego that tells you that you're above other people only because your ego only knows your values. You know what else your ego tells you? That you would kill somebody if you're mad enough. What's that about? Do you ever see people that want to fight? Why are they so sure that they can kill the other one, even if they've never been in a fight before? That's always weird to me. Like, oh yeah, fucking come over here and say that again. Say that again. I dare you. I will fuck you up. It's like that rage takes over and you don't have common sense anymore. It's so weird when people are so sure. I love it when I see people like that get knocked out. Boom. I love it. It's like instant karma. And it's also a lesson. Don't let the ego get the best of you. You know, I don't know if you're better than everybody else, for me, I feel like I'm only as good as my last match. What if my match wouldn't have gone good? What would people be saying if I would have slipped and got hurt one time? Or what if I was having a hard time breathing because whatever, I had a cold or something? Everyone would be like, oh, man, he's blowed up. It can't go the way you believe half of what you see. Or no, half of what you hear, none of what you see. Is that what it is?
I think so. Yes. I think that sounds right.
Dude, that's a good thing to go by. I'm always trying to tell you, you don't know what you think you know. There's a much bigger picture. I will destroy you. What is it with that? Even when it comes to authority, if you ever hear somebody say this, oh yeah, well, that's fine but anytime you try to come up against me, you are going to lose every single time. What kind of ego does it take to come at someone like that? I mean, you were trying to dominate the fuck out of them. So if that's like a dad telling his little kid not to be mouthy or something, then I guess I get it. Not a parent. I would hate that. But otherwise, you're just trying to take all of their energy by intimidating them. And I don't see that as a good thing. I don't see rage as a good thing. Emotion overrules logic. I'd rather stay calm, use my logic, and also my own values. And you're welcome to your values. Judge me by them, please. That's all I got for you.
Yep. People live in their bubbles and they think they know what they're talking about, and there's a much bigger picture.
Always
a much bigger picture. Cool, Rob. Good shit today. It was a lot of fun having Fonzie on. He was great stuff, man. So,
yeah,
good stuff. So,
yeah, that was good. So, yeah, when you're writing stuff out there and putting stuff out into the universe, sometimes ask yourself, do I want to be that guy? Even if you're a girl. I'm using guy as a sexually interchangeable term here.
Yes. See? Yeah. Always think about it. Because you want attention. What are you doing the negative stuff for? It's like, or you're just a negative person.
Really worth saying that, you know?
Yeah. Why put that out there? But yeah.
And if you think I'm just keeping it honest, sometimes shutting your mouth isn't dishonest.
Right. There you go. That's it.
All right, cool. Thanks, Dom. Appreciate you, dude.
You're welcome. Appreciate you too, Rob. It's been a good show. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We'll see you next week here on One of a Kind.
Sweet.
RVD.
This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex, guys. Remember the days when you were always ready to go? Now you can increase your performance and get the extra confidence in bed. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you receive prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in the line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. They always say first impressions are important. What about lasting impressions? Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code RVD at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code RVD to receive your first month free. Visit Blue Chew for more details and important safety information. And we, RVD and I, thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast.
What is up? Man, it is one of a kind with RVD. And guess who's here, guys? Guess who's here? It's RVD. Rob.
Yeah, I'm going to get that right one of these times. Yep. Good evening, Dom.
Good evening. You've had a busy week so far, huh?
Yeah. And that's why we're doing this. Well, no, actually, Thursday was our regular day, so this isn't so odd. But yeah, we're throwing this all over the map lately, and that's cool because our fans are flexible. They got flexible minds and flexible spines, and they're willing to go along. But yeah, I just traveled today. Usually, I don't want to do anything when I come back because the traveling and not sleeping, but instead, getting at the airport early and time change, all that always leaves me a little compromised on at least the day when I get home, and usually I'll take the next day off too. But because of my schedule, this is the best day to do this.
Basically the only day we got that way.
So let's do it. So, but in case I'm not quite as sharp as I normally am and impressing myself and everyone with the names I can drop and the facts and the dates, I got a little help this week.
You do have a little help, and it's not me. It is not me, Rob.
Please bring in our guest and my tag team partner in life, the one and only Sabu. Hey, what up, brother?
What's happening?
What's happening, Sabu?
I forgot your name, but hello, you too.
Thank you, Dominic. That's okay.
He called me Terry, so fuck
I
him.
did. I shoot called him. I felt horrible after I did.
Yeah, I can always tell like when someone's full of crap when they trying to sound like they're good friends with him and call him Terry. I'm like, yeah, you don't know him.
Yeah. I'm glad you let me pass those Sabu, so thank you.
Yeah, it's no big. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I have to. Rob's my buddy.
Yeah, right. So cool. When's the last time you guys were actually together? It wasn't too long ago, right? Yeah, he picked you up from
a couple weeks ago. We hung out at the bar.
Oh, there we go. Sweet.
I guess that was the last time.
Yeah, that was 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, the ECW show in Queens. The ECW signing.
You're right.
Yeah.
Hey, is that lighting okay?
Yeah, you're good. It's totally fine. Yeah, it actually is pretty good. Actually, now I see it more. Yeah.
I'm sorry about my dog crying in the background, right?
Oh, I didn't even hear it. You're good.
No,
you're all right
either. Does he need help?
He's being tortured.
What kind of dog you have?
I got 2 pit bulls. They're not really mine. It's my roommate's, but I treat them like mine.
Yeah. Pit bulls, they can be nice dogs for sure. It's like
these 2 dogs are the most beautiful natured dogs in the world. They don't even bark at nothing. And I try to get them to bark, but they're the direct opposite of the reputation of a pit bull.
Right.
A sissy bull.
Yeah. That's it.
But I wouldn't want them the other way. My dogs don't fight for me. I fight for them.
Yeah, amen to that, brother. Amen to that.
Yeah.
Well, cool.
All right, my Barbie keeps the house safe. I'm not gonna lie.
She does, but you can see her. You can see her monitoring the whole landscape and everything like that. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I smoke?
No, not at all.
We don't care if you burn.
Go for it, man.
Yeah, dude. So yeah, Sabu, we just talk. I don't know what you do on your show. I will find out soon, but we usually talk a few topics, whatever, as opposed to just an interview. You know what I mean? So that way I can still be the whole effing show.
Right.
Did you see Sabu? Did you see my match last night?
No, I didn't. I was sleeping. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. As long as you didn't fall asleep watching it, that's okay.
No, I was sleeping before that.
Okay.
How did it go?
It was good. It was good.
Did you wrestle?
Liked it. Good comments, but it was a 6-man tag, and those are a lot. Those are complex. Trying to figure everyone being in the right spot and looking, so there's a lot of chaotic energy to it and stuff, but it was fun. Crowd was awesome. Of course, RVD got the biggest pops ever. So
you got big time pops, man. You got the RVD pop right there. It happened.
I'm not surprised.
What's that?
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. No, but yeah, it was a 6-man, the timing and everything like that. It's like not necessarily my favorite match, but it's not my least favorite either, because least favorite for me is the Battle Royal. And that's because it's just, it seems almost pointless. Like not all the attention's on me, not even a sixth of the attention is on me, a 10th, a 20th or whatever. And so, it's like, hey, let's all go see if we can get the biggest guy out. You grab a leg, I'll grab a leg. And it's just not my favorite story as an artist to go out there and do. But it is one of the easiest matches, I guess. As far as the least amount of work, I mean, it's still not something a normal human could do. You're still going to go through, depending on how long you're in the ring, 10, 20, 50 cartridges. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, I don't like battle royals either. I don't like 8-man or 6-man tags either. Tags okay if it's with you. With anybody else, I don't like it.
What would you say is your most hated match? Probably Battle Royal, Sabu, if you had to go with.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah. No, it's a schmoz, that's for sure, if you will.
Yeah. In Japan, even though I still wasn't my favorite to do the 6-man and 8-man. They started me out on that a lot when I was really young and to protect me or whatever. And it was so competitive. Like, I'd be tagged in. I would have like no idea, what I'm going to do or who I'm in there with. And it was that competitive, just trying to look good and impress people while this dude's trying to do the same thing on you. So the give and take, body language, all that, it was something I remember that as being like so real, like I'm gonna go out there and
do you remember that time Fucci wanted me to do the junior heavyweight battle royal? I said, I'm not doing that. He goes, why not? I said, I'm no junior heavyweight.
Yeah, I do.
We talked about that, Sabu. Like how
Rob goes, I'm not doing it either.
Yeah. Rob mentioned about how they wanted to put him in the junior heavyweight division or get him the belt, and you were like, don't get the belt. Do not get the belt. And you explain why, because you'll always be noted as a junior.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Pretty interesting stuff. Rob, how did it feel to kind of too? We mentioned it last week about you getting back in the ring with Samoa Joe and working with him again, and kind of all that aspect. I know it was a 6-man tag, a trios match, but how did it kind of feel to do that? It
was good. I mean, all those guys are good, but it's not. Like I said, it was a little bit chaotic. You know what I mean? Like. Yeah, I was in the ring with Joe, but it might have been, a couple of moves here and there, or it could have been a save or whatever. There was just like so much going on. It's not the same as actually like as being in there and wrestling around with somebody in the ring for a little bit. Although that does happen, that is part of the match, and people pair off and do that and stuff. But I don't know. I just feel like I don't know. I guess I feel like I was in there a long time actually for the match. So I was in there, people taking turns whipping on me and stuff for a while. I know that, but yeah, but it was cool. Everyone's good, and everyone at AEW, not everyone, but a lot of guys like really went out of their way to make me feel appreciated and welcome. And
that's how I felt when I was there. That's how I felt. Everybody was pretty cool.
Yeah. They were like, hey, some of us might be a little apprehensive about coming up and telling you this, but we're all like so excited that you're here and like it's so stoked and it's just, man, it's so cool. And there was a few particular guys that said that, and I'll just I'll always remember that because that stands out. It's definitely puts me in a different perspective than in WWE, where I kind of just felt like replaceable, expendable. Might be there next week, might not. I never know how to feel.
Right.
It's didn't know. I never knew if I was really being appreciated or not there because there was so much balance of different energies conflicting.
The pressure was kind of off more so in AEW. You can kind of have that a little bit.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yep. Totally no pressure. Yeah. I grabbed the referee last night, Sabu. Like I wanted to go in there and make a save, and I was like, damn, I'm not gonna make it. And then she got down like right between me and the cover. And I'm like, I'm not gonna make it time, and I don't even know if we're the baby faces or heels, you know what I mean? But I just grabbed her and pulled her out right on the two, and I'm like, I'm sorry, and just like I had to do something.
Right.
I don't know if I've ever done that before.
You know what? I saw that. It was like the camera kind of caught it.
Okay, yeah. I wondered if they had to explain why I wasn't disqualified or anything for that, but that
they
was
didn't
just
even mention it on air. I don't think, but
interesting.
Yeah.
I remember pulling Fonzie out for some reason a few times. It was a similar feel, but I don't know if I've done that with the ref. I guess I probably have. So like maybe working with Tommy Dreamer, we might have done that.
Yeah, I think you guys might have did it in my barbed wire match. Didn't you and Dreamer do a run in and pull the referee out or something?
Maybe.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Well, it's not above you.
Cool. Yeah. I was just saying, you stay alive. If you stay alive long enough, you get experience doing everything. And that goes in the big picture and also in little things like that. If I wrestle long enough, it's hard. I said it's hard to find a move that I didn't already do, even if it was 30 years ago.
Right.
Well, Rob,
that's not entirely true. Not that they're doing 2 flips and spins and stuff, but that's a higher risk.
It is. Those are the high risk.
But it takes away from it trying to be a wrestling match. It makes it more of a gymnastics match.
Yeah, it is taking over and taking the place of the fundamentals of the match, and that's something. It doesn't look
like a rugged wrestling match. It looks like a gymnast routine.
Moves like a move. Yeah, like I don't know. Yeah,
bad mouth it because I can't. But I'm just saying, even if I could wrestle today, like I always said, I would not change the way they are now. I'd stay the way I was.
Right. I think I mentioned it today too on my other podcast with Gagne and Greg Gagne and Magnum TA that Rob was talking about too, how he does all the moves, and like you're known for your types of moves and your guys' unique styles, but like there was the in between that you guys would always be focusing on too, and now that's not necessarily a huge focus a lot of the time.
No, yes, I'm glad you brought that up. It's very true. It's the in between what makes character, not the move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And not only that, but for me, Sab, it was become the mindset. Like I always say, like I can't, I don't know if I could see me, being teaching or a seminar or something, but there's a lot that I could tell wrestlers and help them with if the opportunity was there, that I don't necessarily want to say like on here to all the fans and stuff, but the way you guys train me always put me in the mindset to where, the moment's always real to me. So I'm never going to stop what I'm doing to Example. All right. So like last night, I'm talking about the chaos, right? Boom, boom. I did this hot comeback, boom, and everyone's out of place, and I'm running all over. This guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, and anyway, I went over the rope and did a guillotine leg drop on
Swerve.
Swerve, yeah, told you, I'm tired, dude. On Swerve, and then I wanted to. I started climbing up the top rope to do a crossbody, but Cage is like already there. So what a lot of guys would do is they still go up there, stand, pose, whoosh, and go as high as they can, even though Cage is already standing there and stuff. I can't do that because in my moment, I'm like, oh shit, I got to get him right now. I had to run up there and jump and go as soon as I could. And I wish I would have been able to get all the height and shit, but I didn't have time. That's just like I rarely will do the RVD on the top before I do the splash. I got to really feel like my dude is knocked out and down. Otherwise, I get up there and I'm like, shit, I want to hit this to score the victory. And I can tell that that's not the mindset of a lot of the newer guys that are trained now. They're not trained with that.
Yeah, they're taking for granted the guy's not going to move or resist, or they're taking for granted he's going to stay there. Even though if you hit him weakly and have him sit there for 5 minutes, they're going to stay there.
Mm-hmm. One thing Katie said, I asked Katie, you saw my match or whatever, or did you see my comeback? I don't know what it was, something, but one comment she said was, you were like, it looked like you were like looking around a lot and stuff. That was different. Like normally you just, like flow or whatever. And I was just like, okay, anything else? And I took that as a compliment because I hate it when they'll climb up to the top rope, not even looking to see if their opponent is down there or not, and with their back to the ring, and then do a moonsault and just know their person's going to be there. Like, no, I can't do that.
Right.
Like a glorified trust fall. That's what it is. Like you're not looking, oh, I know somebody's going to be there.
Yeah, a trust fall. You're trusting that he's going to stay there for you.
Yeah.
Without even knowing if the person got into the position in the first place. It's like, it's too real in my mindset what I'm doing. My perspective, everything is I'm really doing that, experiencing it. So that would be the thing that I would try to get across to help people that aren't trained that way, because it was all about that. Like, what are you doing? Fucking cover him. His shoulders are he's on the mat. You trying to win or what? Get on him. And that was the way that I was trained by Sabu and the Sheik.
Yeah. Sabu with all that kind of stuff too. I just did an interview, or Brian Solomon just interviewed me, the author of the Sheik book, and he
Solomon, yeah.
Yep, and he was talking to me about how the Sheik was just training you like around the areas, to the territories, just strictly mostly mat wrestling kind of stuff starting off. And then like once you guys were going to Giant Baba in Japan and stuff like that, he told you to like kind of let loose and like show what
FMW, but yes, you're right.
Oh, FMW, that was it. Yeah.
My first 2 years was no high spots. I got to do a drop kick from the top rope in practice, but not during a match. No fighting outside the ring, no diving outside the ring, no chairs, no nothing other, not even a finish. Fight to the death for 10 minutes, And then when I went to Japan before the first, like I was practicing other stuff with Rob in the backyard and by myself and stuff.
Yeah.
And I had a tackling dummy. And when I didn't have nobody to practice with, when nobody's around, I'd do this stupid, crazy stuff to it. And my uncle was watching me, but I didn't know he was.
Yeah, right.
Because he never said nothing. I figured if he was watching me, he's going to tell me to stop. But anyways, before I go to the match, go out in Japan, a couple minutes before I go to the ring, I go, Sheik, what do you want me to do tonight that's different than anybody else? I'm just a fucking regular guy. And he goes, do that shit when you think I'm not watching. He goes, you know what I mean? That stupid shit you're doing in the backyard, killing yourself. Now was the time to do it. So I didn't have time to tell the guys I was wrestling to do it, Mark Starr and Horace Boulder. So I just went out and kind of did it, forced it, and they thought I was shooting with them. But they go like, holy fuck, what's this guy doing? But I was forcing my moves because they didn't know what I was doing,
Yeah.
And, it was my time to go. In my 7th year in the business, I was ready. There wasn't like, a couple more matches, I'm ready, or next year I was ready. There was no more ready for it,
Were you happy you had that length of a time period to really?
I am now, but back then it was frustrating because I knew I had the skills. I just didn't have the the push, or the company to appreciate, to do something for me. But since it took so long, it made me appreciate everything, and I'm proud of it that it took so long. It wasn't that I took long because I was numbskull. It took long because I was being taught thorough.
Thorough training kind of thing. Rob, how long was it for you in between that kind of window when you started kind of like getting more?
When Rob came in, I was wrestling 5 years already, so I kind of spun Rob up to my level.
Yeah, sped up the process a little bit.
Yes, within reason. I didn't neglect nothing. Just that I had him get through stuff quicker than I got through it because I wanted to learn too. So he taught me how to do a backflip, and I taught him some other stuff. But if it wasn't for him, I was gun shy on doing a backflip. I couldn't do it. And I watched him and his buddy do it all the time, like nothing. I go, fuck, I got to do that. That was before there was moonsaults.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's Dango. That's Dango. We talk about a lot on here.
Yeah, he was a good friend. Yeah, he had the talent too. He just he had a girlfriend or something he didn't want to leave.
Couple times, different girls, but that was his deal. He didn't like being on the road, and he missed the family, and it's rough. I've felt the same way, but made the other choice, and
right.
That's what life is. It's all about choices and your own priorities. What works for you, to keep you on your path. So you can't say someone's wrong or right for whatever works for them.
He had a hell of a career anyways. He was a fireman, so there's nothing.
Yeah.
He's a fireman too? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, he was a fireman.
Oh wow.
A lot of people
actor and a stunt man.
Yeah.
Yeah. All that shit. And wrestler. And I say a lot of people would say Rob should have never fucking smoked weed, man. He'd still be the fucking champion now, or shit like that. And I was like, hey, I love smoking weed. It makes me happy.
Priorities.
It makes me, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That's it.
But again, that's just the image. They can think that because they only know me as the image, not the full actual multi-dimensional person that has things that people have, needs, desires, dreams, wishes, an image. Yeah. If that's all I was just a wrestler trying to make it as high as I could, no pun intended. and that was my main goal in life above everything else. Well, like maybe it was at one time when I was 18 or whatever, but perspective changes and stuff. So, obviously, look at me. I'm a happy mofo. We're gonna try to slur a little bit less and see if people notice on here.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we gotta try to implement that a little bit. Hey Rob, somebody that was happy to see you too. I happened to notice
could you give me 2 minutes or 1
absolutely
minute?
Yeah. Yeah, go.
No worries, dude.
Yep,
stay as long as you want, by the way.
But somebody that was happy to see you too was Tony Khan. I happened to see a video on Twitter of him doing the thumbs at the end of the show. Because I was walking. I guess I was the last one to walk out up the ramp, and they played my song out. And I thought that was cool because the fans were super cool. Like they treat me like I've finally reached a legend status. I'm comfortable with that. Yeah.
And so they were playing my song, and the crowd was chanting. I had to give him one more before I went out the back. So I said, "You do it with me. You do it with me." I said the whole effing show, and I was afraid that he still wasn't going to get it. And I was like, "He knows what I'm doing, right? I'm just going to do it." Rob, damn, he was there with it. He was there with it. Made a clip. You saw it. You enjoyed it.
Yes. He didn't do the Linda McMahon gooseneck once.
No, not this one. That would have been that. That would have been bad. Fans would have ate him up for that.
Yeah, that would have been rough times right there.
Sabu, every once in a while, somebody will say to me, "I like that thing you do where you touch your shoulders," and they
don't know it's a thumb.
No, every once in a while. I mean, that's happened at least 5 or 6 times over the years. Yeah, it's weird.
I never heard that.
Linda McMahon was the first one. That's really cute. Where you say your initials. And,
that's where you got that from.
Yeah. I don't know how they see that, but whatever.
They can't see it's a thumb.
Or their brain twists it in their memory, I guess. I don't know.
Sabu, does anybody ever screw up the simple point?
Well, yeah, because they go like this, and it's kind of, it doesn't matter. But I'm pointing at something. I'm pointing at something and looking, even when there's nothing there, and it's not like this, like number one. It's like
it's like, hey, you got to go this way.
But I don't care if they mess up. This when people do it with me, I tell them what I'm doing, not just to point up. And if they want to just point up, go ahead. But if they want to do what I'm doing, then
one time a fan said, "I love your 5-time frog splash." Yeah, it all fucked up.
I love your 5-time, man.
Well, it's almost right. You guys traveled together.
Yeah, we were traveling together. Actually, when he said he wasn't with me that day, but that was way back then when he said that. Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna be in Chillicothe or whatever that's called on the 8th. Chillicothe. Yeah, I'm gonna be there. I think I'm managing you.
Did you just hear Dylan say that one time, or have you heard something about that again?
That's the only time I heard him say it.
Okay, because I don't know if he was joking or serious, and if they didn't tell you that.
No,
cool.
He got sick because he ate and smoked weed.
Oh, geez.
He was trying to fit in with everybody else. He got sick, so that's why he flipped out.
Yeah, it seemed like his sugar dropped, and he was weird.
It wasn't sugar. He was so stoned.
Oh, geez.
It was just that?
Yeah.
Rob, a big sponsor that we're happy to have is Get Blitzed. THC Lit Aid. Get enthused with some infused THC Lit Aid. And Get Blitzed. There's so many different flavors, from key lime pie to cherry to so many more, pina colada. Good stuff. And guys, it's legal in all 50 states, so you can get it anywhere. Just head to get-blitzed.com and use promo code RVD to get 15% off your order. And I tell you what, Mickey Ray, Sinatra, and Courtney, they know what they're doing. It's a great product, and a lot of people like it, and it's an easy way to kind of get that high but feel good about it. So go to get-blitz.com and use promo code RVD to get 15% off. Thank you, Get Blitzed.
Everyone was like, "Dude, what are you doing smoking? Put that down. That's not you." What do you mean?
He ate some also. He thinks it was nothing, candy.
Edibles. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but eating is a different buzz, and smoking is a buzz if you're not used to it. But eating is a different buzz.
Everybody's got the same edibles OD story. I wasn't feeling anything, so I ate a little bit more. Everyone's got that story.
It exactly happened to me.
Yeah, of course.
I woke up naked in my bathroom, like
from edibles.
Edibles. Yep.
I never had eaten that good.
Yeah. It was rough times.
Melissa I gave her a cookie one time, a half a cookie. When I wasn't looking, she ate a whole cookie, and she flipped out for 3 days. She never did it again, though. But she just couldn't take it. Her system couldn't take THC.
Yeah, it can be.
Edibles are so popular. The people that would never smoke will eat edibles, and I guess they probably think that the smoke is going to be bad for them. That would be a common man thing to think, which I've said many times on here. No, not when it comes to the magic smoke. There's no evidence ever of that causing damage. And I myself, as an example, Sabu, I don't know if I told you. Did I tell you I got my lungs x-rayed?
No.
Just not because I was having any problems, but just wanted to, for documentary purposes. And anyway, had 2 different doctors look at the images, and they both said no inflammation, no sign of smoking, no discoloration, completely healthy, normal, clear. They said clear. One of them used that word.
Not even damage from smoking weed?
Right.
Excellent.
Yeah, which I'm not surprised, but I think that a lot of people, because I can feel, healthy, and I feel like I know I can hold my breath and I can stretch my lungs, and but a lot of people would need that doctor's recommendation in order for them to give it any credibility. So that's why I bring it up. I think a lot of people would be fascinated with that. Maybe I can put the images up or something, because probably people There's probably some haters that are probably still like,
oh, you got bad lungs.
Do you wheeze a little bit? Do you wheeze at night sometimes?
Nope, no
See,
sir.
I've been wheezing for years.
But you also smoke cigarettes.
Yes, but not on a regular basis.
But you smoked a lot more than I have.
Okay,
I smoked zero. I smoked 0 cigarettes.
I
And,
think I have cigarette lung damage.
yeah, but I don't know. Back in ECW, you used to smoke a cigarette every time you smoked weed. You'd light up a cigarette.
That was on the road, and that was before a match.
But that damage.
After I went home for 4 days, I didn't smoke no more, only weed.
Now you sound like Bobby Duncombe Jr. saying, I don't even drink at home. He comes out and has a tolerance to handle like 8 cases of beer on the first night.
I know. Okay, I don't want to sound like that, but anyways, okay, I'm a smoker.
But that's the thing is, since I don't smoke cigarettes, that I would love to document that, and have more variables.
I do cardio every single day. Even when I'm not doing cardio, I do cardio every single day.
What type of cardio do you do?
No, I figured the last thing to go on me or Melissa would be our hearts because we walk so much. We walk to the gym every day, a mile to the gym. We walked everywhere and to the strip. So, but she had a heart attack. But I think my heart's probably too strong. I'll probably live too long.
Yeah, you already have.
You live too long too. Till next time I see you.
Yeah. But was that in fact? Hi, baby.
Hey, baby.
Hi, Katie.
Hey, Katie.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, Barbie. Was that in fact a heart attack, Sabu, or a clot?
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. She had some kind of heart disease, and one of her valves gave out.
Kind of that. That's what they said with Eddie Guerrero too. At least that's what I was told. Way back in the day, like that he had heart disease and didn't know it, and then we all got checked.
But also, her brother had an open heart surgery. Her dad had a heart disease. Her mother had heart disease. All this we didn't know about. I didn't know about after she died. Then her brother goes, "Oh yeah, I forgot. My dad had a heart this, and my mom had a heart that."
Oh, so it was like hereditary, maybe.
He was 34 years old, had a triple bypass. He forgot to tell me that.
Wow.
Yeah, so he goes, "Yeah, it was probably was it hereditary?"
Yeah, hereditary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
genetic. Yeah, but no, I got you.
Well, her both brothers are doctors, and I was pretty down on myself. I still am. I'm ashamed I couldn't save her. But they go, even in a hospital setting, I probably wouldn't have been able to save her. But and they're doctors. They said that her heart was so far gone that that's why she didn't struggle because it just gave out. Boom.
Yeah.
There was no choking. There was no convulsing. There was no commotion whatsoever. It was like the most peaceful, quietest death I've ever imagined, And that's the only thing I'm thankful for is that she didn't suffer because she didn't gag, nothing, nothing like that.
Yeah, it's like it's very sad it happened. And
just went to sleep. She was doing my house. She went to sleep while she's there, and I rolled her back, and then laid her on the floor. And then after a while, I didn't realize it went quiet.
Yeah.
If she would have choked or gagged, coughed, I was I would have been on it. She's 3 feet from me. She didn't make any noise. Zero.
Wow. Well, pretty cool. You wear the card, right? You have that card on.
Oh yeah, I wear it every day. I especially wear it to the gym because
that's awesome.
She's just too cool for the gym.
That's very cool. Very
cool. Back to smoking though. You've always been the only person that I know that smokes because he wants to. Like everybody else would be like, I know I gotta quit. It's dirty habit. I'm trying to quit, or I cut down. I quit for a while. I just recently started. But for Sabu, he's always been like, no, I just do it because I want to.
Before a match, when I'm on the road and before a match, I'm pretty nervous. You know that. So I always smoke a cigarette before that. It never helped. It actually made it worse. more But while I'm doing it, I think this is going to help.
Just like the process of doing it is somewhat therapeutic in a way.
Yeah, and I figured I'm already in shape. The cigarette ain't going to do any damage.
Right.
Right on.
Well, Sabu, talk about too when you first got the call for AEW to be a part of them, and how was that experience for you, and just getting involved with that too, starting off.
It was cool, but they called out of the blue. Chris Jericho said, "You'll be in town Wednesday and Sunday." I said, "Yeah." And then boom,
Chris Jericho called you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
No, I was just I just found that interesting. Just I don't know, just because I get a text from an office guy.
Well, I guess because he's my friend. I guess I know him personally. I don't know why. But anyways, that's what he said. Anyways,
I know Chris Jericho.
Yeah.
I can call him right now.
You call him right now? You want me to do it? I'll call him right now.
I just called him.
But he never likes my annual Chris Jericho shirtless birthday photos on Instagram. So maybe I got heat.
Maybe I got some heat.
He called me out of the blue and boom, boom, boom. They didn't even offer me that much. I took it just to be nice, to be reasonable. And I took it, and it was cool. I would like, hopefully, they would make a bid, or hopefully want to do my final match. Hopefully,
that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Well, yeah, Rob and I talked about that. How you feeling, like physically and all that stuff? You're going to the gym.
I'm not there yet, but I'm getting better. I was a lot worse 3 months ago. I was a lot worse, And since more I work out, as long as I let myself recover, I'm good in 2 or 3 days after I work out. The first day afterwards, I'm hurting pretty bad. Like today, I'm hurting pretty bad. Last night I worked out. Tomorrow I'll feel better, and I just gotta believe in that, And it does, and it happens. My body's been recovering. I have to give it time.
Yep. How often do you go to the gym? Do you take every other day off?
I go every other day, but I do something every day. I walk, lift weights, or something every day. But I only go to the gym every other day.
That's good. Yeah, nice. That's good though.
I try not to overdo it because about overtraining and shit. I'll overtrain later when I'm in better shape. But right now, I don't want to overtrain to where I can't work out again for a while.
Right. Yeah.
And I just had to listen to Melissa's advice. She goes, when you're hurting, don't work out again until you're not hurting. And I never would listen to that. I go, no, I can't wait till then. I got
because you were never not hurting.
Right. But I've been listening to that or following that. And I'm stronger every time, and I'm having good workowts. They're not great workouts like I used to. I can't bench press, and I can't do curls very good, but I can do everything else almost.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, do you do like a dynamic resistance kind of stuff, kind of like what DDP does or anything like that?
No. I do these hydraulic machines at the gym. They're like weights, but they're hydraulic, where you can increase and lower the weight as you go. Mm-hmm. Without having to stop and pull a pin or someone take weights off or something, so I can work out the failure and beyond failure. So where I can hit the button late and it's like someone spotting me.
Yeah.
I can do all. It's fantastic. But the things of those machines, they break down all the time, and they have like one machine for the chest, one machine for the triceps, one machine for the, so it's 12 different machines instead of like one.
Yeah.
But I love them. I don't know how I worked out without them before.
Yeah, it's definitely, when you change it up like that, it certainly helps.
See, my shoulders are real bad. Certain angles are okay, other angles are super bad. And with 3 weights, every angle is bad. But when I use that hydraulic machine, I can find the right angle where it doesn't hurt as bad.
Yeah. Rob, do you have some hydraulic machines in your gym or?
Currently, no, but I've definitely been and used them in different gyms. And my very first home gym was called an Octa Gym. And it was hydraulic cylinders. And it was a machine that if you pulled out a couple pins and rotated the arms up this way, it would transform like 3 different positions, and you could do everything on it. And when I was still living with my mom and dad and like, I don't know, 17 years old, 16, whenever the hell I was, I started working out. That was the first thing I had. It's a rowing machine. And then all of a sudden you like pull it up, a couple bits in, and you can lay on it and bench and you squat, shoulder presses. The Octa Gym. That was
ahead of its time. Now, man, I don't know how I worked out without it. I mean, it's a necessity now.
But last week we talked a little bit about my health and fitness. One thing I want to add, because I was thinking, I talked about when it comes to eating, I mentioned that for me, per intake, I try to get 50 grams of protein. That's because of my body weight. So the rule of thumb is if you want to maintain body weight, then you try to get 1 gram of protein for every pound. If you want to get bigger, then you start, going to either try to get 2 grams. That's really, really hard to do, because if you're 200 pounds, you got to get 400 grams of protein.
Yeah.
But so also you try 1.5. So me, you know, weighing around 230 right now. I usually, like I said, if I eat 3 times and get the protein scoops in between there, and that's 300 grams of protein, for me, that's like a good steady, like solid, like go-to routine. You know, if I'm up weird hours or whatever, sometimes I might get an extra 50 grams in and get 350. And or if I really feel like I want to put on weight because I'm feeling a little too skinny or whatever, then I go for more of the 350. But that's the rule though, a pound per gram to maintain. And then if you want to try to put on muscle, then you work hard. By the way, I asked Batista on the set of Wrong Side of Town how many grams of protein he gets in a day, and he said 600 grams of protein.
Yeah, Ronnie Coleman said the same thing, 600 grams of protein.
That's a lot of work.
That's a lot of food.
Yeah, a lot of food, a lot of work, a lot of intake. Yeah.
I probably don't do that in a week.
Right. Yeah.
I've been increasing my eating the last 3-4 months since I've been working out good, and it's still hard to eat enough. And I eat all the time now. Like the kitchen is like my bedroom just about.
Man.
And, I eat all the time. It's just mostly now is when I don't have an appetite, I drink raw eggs.
Oh, okay, like Rocky.
Well, like Sabu. I mix coffee and ice cream and make a frappe.
Oh, do you do that too?
Yeah.
That's sweet. That's a good idea.
About 5 times a day or more.
Wow, how about that?
I generally don't eat enough and have never had like a big enough appetite. Jerry Lynn used to, way back in the day, say, how do you keep up your weight with as little as you eat? Because it's a lot of hard work. And some guys can go to like all you can eat sushi and just put away like pounds and pounds of it. And I feel like, you know, if I get like 8 pieces, that might be good, you know. And I'm like, how do people eat so much? But it depends. I mean, sometimes
it takes your time to let your stomach stretch.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of time.
Yeah.
You know, the Sabu Rocky Balboa diet now.
sometimes I can, you know, put it in. I mean, I do get.
Well, you know, also my diet is if I eat a pizza, I'll have a protein shake with it,
right,
or raw eggs with it to balance out the nutrition.
Yeah,
right. As long as you get your protein intake, right?
Yes.
Heck yeah, sweet. Well, Sabu, like I know it's been mentioned. I think you mentioned it maybe on Bradshaw and Briscoe, and then we talked about it here. Rob was saying like how he'd like to be a part of your last match. Would you guys prefer to do a tag match together if it was your last match, or would you do a singles match? Would you want to do
me personally, either single or a tag.
That would be cool. I think a tag match.
But a tag shouldn't be my last match. Tag could be before the last match.
Oh, like a lead up.
Yeah, he'll bump into me and I'll get mad and I'll beat him up and then we'll set up a last match.
Man.
Better watch it.
Matter of respect here. Hey, we got some super chats and this one kind of ties into it. You guys are 2 of my favorite wrestlers of all time. I went to ECW every time they came in Chicago in the 1990s. You guys talk about your Heat Wave 98 match. Thank you. Which one y'all like? Click me. So Heat Wave 98. Sabu, what memories do you have of that?
It was the Japanese guys. I got a lot of memories from that, but I can't tell you about them. You know.
Wait a second. But this guy's talking about Chicago. Guy or girl, sorry.
No, Heat Wave was Dayton.
Right. So I'm confused.
Oh, I remember Chicago. I just thought he meant he's from Chicago, Heat Wave 98.
Yeah, maybe
I guess maybe Dayton's not too far from Chicago, maybe.
No, it's not too far, but it's not Chicago. It's 4 hours.
It's Ohio-ish. Like, so it's like
I used to go to all your matches in Chicago. What are your memories of Heat Wave 98 in Dayton, Ohio? I don't know.
You know.
But that is right? It was Hayabusa said,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I picked them up. They flew into Lansing and I drove them in my motorhome.
Oh, wow.
The show.
Jeez. So it was Hayabusa and Shinzaki tag team match for the ECW World Tag Team Title Championship. You guys went almost over 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
How about that?
Well, what's funny about that match was Paul didn't pay them. I paid them.
Really?
Oh,
$5,000. They wanted $5,000 each, but they said they'd take $5,000 and split because they knew it was coming from me.
Wow.
How about that? Man.
And what I remember about that match is, well, first off, I remember just feeling really good. I loved teaming up with Sabu. I loved what we represent when we're out there in the middle of the ring. Like, yeah, we're bad mother effers. I just like representing ECW when even when we brought it back, and I just felt like, bam, indestructible. I remember like feeling like that, and I thought we had such a good competitive match with these guys, and I'd never met either one of them.
Oh, you haven't? I thought you knew one of them, Hakushi. I thought you knew him, no?
No, if you remember right, you knew both of them.
Yeah.
I just met them and we went out there and fucking just, fucking had a hell of a match, Yeah. And I've seen the footage a lot of times since then, but I love it where I come in, I don't know if it's to make, I guess, out of nowhere. Yeah.
Out of the ceiling. Boom. Yeah. It was awesome. I have no idea where you came from, but that was awesome.
I teleported.
That was sweet.
Mm-hmm. But very competitive match, like we were getting all our shit in. And
my favorite table spot is this table spot we do with those guys. I think that was the first time we did a double table spot.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. I don't know.
Rob, you mentioned the one time when that table leg was up, and
I got you in the eye, right?
That's right. Yeah,
you got me in the throat, in the jaw. One got me in the jaw, one got him in the eye. Remember the one that got you in the eye?
Yeah, I've talked about that so many times, but I had to get stitches on my eyelid. Yeah,
it was pretty nasty.
Yeah, but are you talking about when the table leg went in your mouth and broke your teeth out?
Yeah, it was under my chin, but not
under your chin. Wait, the one in Massachusetts?
Yeah, it broke my jaw and inside of my mouth, but it came here.
Oh, well, I tell the story wrong, then I always tell everyone it went in your mouth. Because when I saw it, I thought you died. You did this. Me and Fonzie, this is where I learned not to ever have a table upside down. And we were carrying it in, me and Fonzie, and it was upside down with the legs up. And Sabu just came out of nowhere, like me in that clip from Daytona or Dayton. He just fucking out of nowhere, wham, and it looked like the thing went right in his face, the leg of the table, and he rolled with the momentum, and he just rolled off it, so I couldn't see what he looked like, but he was instantly dripping blood, leaving a trail, and I thought he just died. So I always thought that went in your mouth.
No, it was my mouth might have been easier. It went through. It broke my jaw. If it wouldn't have hit, if it would have been, it would only broke my teeth. But it broke my jaw and broke my teeth, and that was a bitch. Yeah.
Oh, I could believe that.
I got up right. We finished the match.
Yeah. How many times you been Japan? No. How many times? How many times do you think you've had your jaw broke?
4 times.
Damn. How many was I? How many did I do?
Only one. That wasn't really a broken jaw. It fucked my hinge up. No.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, one of the early matches we watched Sabu was WrestlePalooza, so at '97 at Cobb County, Georgia, and you and Rob in singles match, obviously, and it was really, really good stuff. But I happened to notice that you were throwing up in the match. Do you remember if you were sick or was it just
sick?
You were sick.
I couldn't eat that day, and all I had was 6 pain pills and a Mountain Dew, a Mellow Yellow.
Oh, so, it.
A couple minutes into the match, I started feeling sick. I felt terrible for about the first 10 minutes. After I threw up, I felt better. But the first 10 minutes, I had hell. And when I threw up, it came out green or yellowish green, and I felt better. But I came up 3 or 4 times. After the last time, I felt better. Man. But I was sick, but what could I do?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, power through it. It's like
crawl under the ring and throw up, maybe.
I had to wrestle.
You just leaned over the apron and threw up.
There's one spot in there. I do a Frankenstein and boom. Then I crawled. I scrambled to the edge of the ring. Blah.
Yeah, you were just like real quick.
Yeah. Memorable.
You know how terrifying that was. Pay-per-view, main event. 5,000 people. And I'm sick to death, and they're expecting something out of me. I can't just say, "Wait a minute," give me 10 minutes. Let me catch my breath. I had to keep going. It was terrible. It was frightening. It was a nightmare.
It was a fun match, though, from the viewer's perspective.
After 10 minutes, the next 20 minutes was fine.
Yeah. Oh,
it
yeah.
was horrible for me.
I believe it. I think what was
It's probably an oversight by the fans. They probably don't consider that, the pressure, not just the normal performance anxieties, but specifically someone like me and Sabu put so much pressure on ourselves because of the expectations and not wanting to let anybody down and wanting to impress everybody and win them over, like we don't already every night. We try to win them over as if they're not already our fans, and feel like we still got to prove ourselves. And
exactly
we do.
Right. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Sabu, is there a certain match that really stands out to you where you really felt the most pressure? Like, oh man, I got to really perform here. Or is there just a lot of the big name matches that kind of across the board is like that for you?
Every match I have that, I put that pressure. Every match I gotta perform for. I get more nervous than Rob does. But I shit my pants almost every single match. Now, some degrees of nervous is different, but I'm always nervous. There's never no nervous. Match. Even before this Twitch, I was nervous. Even before I do my own Twitch, even before I do any interview, I'm doubting myself and getting cold feet.
I believe me, I can sympathize. I have that a lot too. So it happens to everybody. I know. And like, hey, just being nervous means you care. And then a lot of times it's just in your head, and you usually do great anyways. It doesn't matter.
My uncle said, "Don't be ashamed that you're nervous. It just means, like you said, it means you care."
Yeah, it means you care. Exactly. We have another super chat from all the way from Scotland. One Boss Gaming, thanks for the £2. Did you guys enjoy working in ICW in Scotland?
I did.
Yeah.
I don't know. Rob, did you ever work there?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I enjoyed it as well, and their big star called himself Lionheart. He was a good guy, and he was trying to get, I don't know, I guess I would have been maybe in TNA at the time, but I remember we were having a conversation via message, and he was wanting to know who he could send info to or whatever to try to get hooked up, and I just written him, and said, "Hey dude, sorry, it's been a while, but I'll try to find something else out this weekend." He said, "Hey, no problem." And then like 2 days later, he hung himself.
Oh, you're kidding. Oh,
no.
I know.
Yeah,
I don't know who that guy was.
Oh, I was very disappointed in that. Yeah. But I worked with him a lot over there and in the neighboring promotions as well.
I believe that happened like around either 2019 or 2020. I think that was. I remember it being almost like the pandemic, I think, around that time.
So it would have been the last run, like he needed Scott Demore's info or something to try to get a job or whatever. But yeah, yep.
Ooh, man.
When he's on the list of many people that I know, that we know, Sabu, that chose to hang themselves.
Yes. The long list.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's a tough business, and it's a
long
tough
list with some of my best friends on it. That's what's really shocking,
Yeah.
Yeah. Ashley Massaro's in the news a lot. Might as well bring her up real quick, because that's a hot topic. Like, she's everywhere, and it's like, it's cool to see the headline of like justice for Ashley. Like, it's a movement. Like, man, I was so bummed, when she killed herself. It really sucked, and she isn't around now to see that she might be getting revenge for something that could have been so bad it destroyed her life,
Yeah.
It's cool to see.
I liked her. She got hired the same time I did.
Really?
Search, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you came in around 2006, right, Sabu? Was that?
Yes,
right?
Sabu is the diva with the fishnet stockings.
Oh, okay. Hey, look at that one. Ooh.
Is that even a thing? I don't know.
Anyways, I talked to her quite a bit. Even my ex-wife, me, her, us three would talk. My ex-wife actually liked her too.
She was super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame, and like hopefully justice is served when it all comes to it, and stuff gets to fruition, whatever it may be. It's
I didn't know about that
justice,
story.
Is justice Vince paying, or is justice Vince going to prison being punished, which is justice,
Right.
He'll probably pay, but that's not really justice because he's rich.
Yeah, will it get settled out of court, anything like that? You just don't know. It's just like, you want that. It definitely is.
And I don't wish that he goes to jail or anything. It's just that it sounds like it, it sounds pretty bad. And we know Johnny.
Yeah.
In Japan working like.
Remember when Johnny had the golf club print on his ass?
Oh yeah. Him and Patriot.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, him and Del Wilkes were walking around at night in, I can't remember what town, but you wouldn't know it anyway, in Japan.
Yeah.
And they stumbled upon a scene where they saw a couple of dudes getting their asses kicked by a bunch of other dudes. And they thought they should be heroes and go in like big Americans and stop the fight, hey, back off. And because they were getting beat with golf clubs and shit. And when they did that, everybody turned on them, including the dudes that were getting their asses beat.
What?
There's a bunch of 3-foot Japanese guys beating them with clubs.
Yeah, and they ran out of there, and they had, I can't remember, what was Patriots the one that had on his back? So I think he had one on his back. Johnny's on the side of his ass. It looked like a perfect golf club print.
What the hell is that?
Yeah. He said that he figured they stumbled upon like a Yakuza or some kind of gang-affiliated initiation, and that they were breaking it up, and that's why they turned on him too.
Oh, geez. Well, they got initiated.
Yeah, there you go. Yakuza. Yeah, Ace's Yakuza. Let's put that headline out now.
Johnny
Yakuza member. Although I am expecting to hear something about Vince and the Mafia eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to be tied up in the Mafia.
You could, and there were certain years you couldn't do anything in New York without working with them. His dad worked with them. They ran the arenas and the entertainment business, pretty much everything, at one point. So I know there's some stories there. Yeah.
Oh, geez, yeah.
And in that 67-page complaint, too, that I read, he had sent her some things allegedly, which I took to mean lawyers, but it depends on how you read it. When he was like, "Hey, you can't give me any problems on this. I have phone numbers on speed dial. I have contacts on speed dial in my phone that solve problems instantly. Things to that nature." And at the time, I was thinking and read like I thought he meant like big ass, high, powerful lawyers. But now I'm thinking,
someone will knock her off.
Yeah,
maybe.
Old Jimmy Snakes from.
But anyway, yeah. I mean, we know some stories that everybody knows about. Like Jimmy Snuka and there's some other ones out there too. But anyway, justice for Ashley.
Justice for Ashley.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yes.
We have a little super chat here. Smiley Garner Gamer says, "Hey Sabu, it's me from Twitter. Miss you this Tuesday." So,
from where?
From Twitter, I guess. Twitch, you mean? Is that or something to that effect?
Yeah, man. That's you.
No,
is that when you do your show on Tuesday? Is that what they mean, or no?
Do you do your show on Tuesday, Sabu?
I do a Twitter on Tuesday. Yes.
Oh, okay. So that's probably what he's referring to.
5 p.m. Las Vegas time, 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
Well, let me know when you want RVD on it.
Yeah, I think this week is going to be Haley J.
And right, cool.
Oh, from the wrestlers.
Yeah, I was supposed to do her last week and I missed. And I'm going to do her this week.
Nice.
I'm going to do her. No, I'm going to have her on.
You're going to have her on. Just have her on.
Cool.
Hey, you met her before, right, Rob?
Yeah, she's cool.
She's pretty super. She's cool.
Yeah.
And like you just mentioned that reality show that Al Snow did, like that really made her look like a star. I thought, like she kicked ass in it. After watching that at the end, I'm just rooting for her, And
she is very advanced. She's only 25. She's very advanced.
She's only 25. That's crazy.
Yeah, she has no shame. and she's not shy.
Do you think she's pretty smart about like the little details of the business kind of thing?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
No, and I'd like to teach her, but I don't know shit either. But she'll get that eventually, you know.
Yeah.
So, but right now she has the tools. Shit, she has talent.
It all comes with experience, kind of thing.
She can talk. She can wrestle. She can not wrestle and still
She can sing and she can dance.
Oh, really? I don't like putting over people that much, but she deserves it.
Nice,
Cool.
nice.
You know, it's hard to deny it.
Mm-hmm. We got another.
And I'd like to do anything I could to help her in any way.
Help her out, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Gem the Dawn, he's a regular here. Thank you for the $5. Sabu, love seeing you at the Halloween show in Long Island. Maybe convince RVD to come sometime. Your 5-star fan, Gem the Dawn. Thanks for killing it.
Hey man, what's happening? Yeah, okay, Rob, next time.
Yeah, but that was Halloween. That's not the horror show you were just talking about in Michigan, right?
No, that was a horror museum.
He's talking about like maybe a Chillers in
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
The Halloween show in Long Island.
He used to do Chillers several years anyway. Yep.
Yeah, Chillers. It might have been Chillers.
We have another super chat, and this is from the guy. It's from Seth, the writer of our theme song, the RVD theme song here. Big love to RVD and Sabu. I saw you guys live a bunch of times in New York and up in Poughkeepsie in the 1990s and 2000. You guys are the best. Fonzie too. Question: the Bam Bam TV title match finish is amazing. Who came up with that? The Bam Bam TV title match finish here.
It wasn't me. I went along with it, but I wasn't in it.
I mean, if you don't remember, I don't remember. But the one thing that I know that I remember as being organic and just happening was me diving over and grabbing his legs and doing, you know, the flip over cover. You know, like as I remember, I didn't have that in mind, but I often, when I'm going to cover from that position and I'm by the feet, you know, that's something that I would often do. And that just, to me, that made it like so much cooler because Sabu was, no, I'm dug down, right? I'm on my hands and knees. Is that what it was? And because he picked Sabu up to powerbomb him and you stab him in the eye. And then, oh no, you end up behind him somehow because he drops you.
I stab him, he drops me. I roll around behind him because he's selling his eye. You give him a kick or something.
The chair, kicked the chair, and he fell over you. But so I didn't know I was gonna do, you know, the leg bridge or whatever the hell you want to call it. But that was just there, and I think that made it so cool because I was just, you know, boom, he was there, and I was going for it, trying to cover. And beforehand, if I did vision any of that, it would have probably just been, you know, jumping on him for the cover. So that's really all I remember.
Pretty neat finish, though. Either way, it's a great finish.
But when I stabbed him, I had like about a stick size of a drumstick.
Yeah.
He didn't get me very high up, but I was trying to get him anyways, and I really got him.
Yeah.
Oh God, I got him. I thought he was gonna kill me.
Yeah, that looked crazy. It looked crazy. Yeah, you were on your way down. You're like, fuck this. I did
once. I was going to get up there and I'm going to hold the back of his head and he's going to hold me in a powerbomb position.
Right. That didn't work out.
All the way up. So before I went down, I went.
Yeah, well, Sabu, we watched a couple of the matches between you and Rob. We had to, like I said, we watched WrestlePalooza, but we also watched a stretcher match too. And
that's one of my favorite ones.
That's what I was going to ask. Do you have a certain one that really stands out to you?
Well, not that stands out, but I like it because what we did with the stretcher, because everybody normally uses a stretcher. You carry the guy to the dressing room before he gets to the dressing room, he rolls off. And then he was taking the stretcher and then doing a flip on it or whatever, you know. I thought that was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Tony Khan was Tony Khan was at that show.
He was at that show?
Yeah, he was a kid. He was a kid in the crowd at our stretcher match.
Oh, really?
Yep. And he's told me that, and then I think it was you, Dom, right, that found him.
I think I found him in there. It's There's a blurry little kid in an orange shirt by a guy that looks like his dad, and I'm like, that's Tony Khan.
Yeah, he used to be blurry.
Yeah, he used to be blurry.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I like it. I like it when you did the moonsault out of the ring onto on a stretcher and crashed your shins on the guardrail.
Oh
Yeah.
Crack.
I thought that was cool though. The way that was awesome. It's a double knockout. You know.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
We both got on the stretcher and rode it.
Yeah.
That was sweet. I thought. No.
Yeah. That was my favorite match at the time. You know that I'd had.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a unique one in that environment too. That ECW.
Oh, you got to be innovative in another way, which hasn't been done. You know, with that stretcher.
No way. Yeah, you haven't seen anything like that since then.
No way.
No how. It took me a second. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's because I don't sing, so it'd be pretty hard to pick up on.
Yeah. Well, obviously, guy like WrestleMania is gonna be in Philly, ECW stuff. You know, you both are gonna be at WrestleCon and stuff like that. Sabu, people talking about Hall of Fame and all that aspect. Where's your head out on that? Are you just like whatever happens, kind of happens? And
well, definitely whatever happens. What do you mean Hall of Fame? Who's going in the Hall of Fame?
That's what I'm curious about. Your name's always popping up because
that's popping up. Okay, that doesn't really pop up. It pops up.
But are they doing an extreme wing because it's Philly, or is that just
just the aspect of it being in Philadelphia? People,
I figured if they do, they'll induct Paulie, and that will be the ECW. You know?
Yeah, that's an interesting way to do it too. I would think, yeah.
That way they could save a bunch of money and still get Elvis in there.
And get Elvis in the building. Well, I know a lot of people speak, you know, the notion that they want you in there for sure. So it's just like, hey, you know, and Rob and I talk about it all the time, how just underrated and like things like underappreciated.
I always said that Hall of Fame is not a legitimate Hall of Fame. Wait, until Rob got in.
I
want to be there.
I love it.
I like it. Yeah.
I love it.
Cool.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to start burying yourself again. I'm like,
I'm done doing that.
No, it would be, of course you'd be honored. Cool. We'll see what happens, man. The something really, really random. Sabu, did you say that you also watch First Amendment audit videos or no? I remember we were talking about it, but I can't remember what.
Yeah. Where people get pulled over and
people that know their rights and the cops don't know the laws and stuff. Yeah. I think it's probably my favorite. It's called Honor Your Oath. Do you watch that one?
No, I don't know particular name.
Is that a channel?
Okay. What's that?
Is that a channel? Honor Your Oath.
Yeah, it's a YouTube channel, and this guy, his gimmick in particularly, dude's name is Jeff Gray, and he's really like non-confrontational. You know, he's always polite and nice, unless he's offended. But even then, he'll just tell the cop like, "You're a dummy. You're a dummy." You know what I mean? Like that's as bad as it gets mostly. But he goes around with a sign that says, "God bless the homeless." And he stands at places like in front of businesses, at city halls, at sometimes other businesses out on the sidewalk. And that's all he does. You know, people come by and he just says, "God bless the homeless." He doesn't even take money, but people always assume that he's homeless and that he's begging for money, and he's not. And they always end up calling the police on him. And he always ends up saying, "I'm on public property," you know, saying, "God bless the homeless," and there's nothing you can do about it, you know. And the cops, sometimes they get really, you know, sometimes they arrest him, you know.
Really?
But yeah, he's a former vet or a current vet, I guess, of some branch of the military, and he always, you know, he sets the camera up and he says, "It's such and such date. I'm at this city outside the courthouse. Let's see if they respect my rights or not." And he just says, "God put it in my heart to stand here and say this." And they're always like, "Can you go down somewhere else?" And every business thinks they own the sidewalk. Yeah. They always end up finding out that they don't own it. and he doesn't even tell them right away, I'm not begging for money. You know, he lets them think whatever sometimes, and it's amazing what people's minds will come up to and how they'll call the police and they'll be like, I got this guy here, he's harassing people and like, you know, and he's begging them, he's begging everybody for money, and it's all bullshit because he didn't do any of that. But anyway, he fights though for the rights, because a lot of times people will say, well, you know, we have these homeless shelters over there where you can get free food and this and that. And sometimes he'll engage with them as if, you know, just to hear what they say. And then in the end, he'll say, well, I'm not homeless myself. God just put it in my heart to stand here and say, God bless the homeless, but I appreciate everything that you're doing. And I say, are you a vet? And he'll say, yes, I am. Super nice dude. But he made me think of homeless people different. And I noticed like a lot of people do treat homeless people like they're a nuisance, like they're ants or you know, or insects that are infesting their place. And when they see them, you know, whether it's in a neighborhood where houses are, or whether it's you know, businesses, they just want to like spray them and extinguish them. And from watching his videos, it makes me think, you know, like these are people too, you know what I mean? And it is panhandling is, according to Jeff Gray, is a liberty that the First Amendment protects.
Really? I didn't know that. Cool.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, so that's I've seen so many videos with it. And they end up, sometimes they have a city ordinance, then it goes to say, hey, your city ordinance can't trump the Constitution. And they're saying, I'm telling you, you can't be here panhandling. And even if he's not panhandling, you know, he would be like, look, sometimes he'll say, look, I'm going to give you the ultimatum. You got two options. You know, you can violate my civil rights and arrest me, or you can get out of here. You know, and but he's probably my favorite dude to watch. And I was just wondering, like, do you ever think about that? Like when you see homeless people, well, Sabu, I think I already know what you're going to say though. You're going to give them money. I know you are. You're going to go by and you're going to give them whatever you got.
I truly think they're hungry and need it. I'd give it to them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A lot of people don't, man. A lot of people look at them like they're rodents, and that's gotta suck. You're right. They are real people, and some of them are transient. Some of them are at a stage in their life where, you know, who knows what they did before and why they're there. Who knows if any of us could end up there, you know, making all the wrong decisions. But like a lot of people just look at them all like they're all drug addicts and they're all just going to use your money on drugs or whatever. And it's like, I don't know, you know, I mean, they are real people. And like, yeah, Sabu, before I asked, I know, because I traveled with him, I know that he will always give them money and say, God bless you, and wish them the best. But I don't think the majority of people do. What do you think, Dom?
Yeah, you know, I think it's definitely a mix. I think when you go to like a major city, like a say Philly, for example, I know there's a lot of, you know, homeless there and stuff like that. I think you get a mix of them. And I think even people, like, there'll be times too where, you know, I'll see a homeless person in Pittsburgh. Sometimes I'll see them on occasion. So I'll see them in the same spot over and over again.
You know they're homeless, right?
And you know they're homeless, and you know things like that, or like, you know that they've kind of done it before. So depending on who the person is, I will give them money or stuff like that. If you know, I think, you know, or if I know at that moment I have cash to give somebody, I will do that. And like, I
mean, like, I think it's a natural instinct for a lot of people to like walk on the other side of them. They're usually dirty, you know, and they're not appealing for the most part because sometimes they're wearing a blanket or something, and it's like, you know, or they look like they smell bad sometimes, and it's just like, man, but they're real people. Like, they just want to call the police. Hey, can you come out and, you know, it's just like a wild animal got in my yard. You know, I need you to get it out, get it away from me. It's ugly. Today we passed a cop car not too far up the road from our house, and there's an empty lot with a tent in it, and the cops were approaching that tent, you know, to go see, like, someone had just popped up a tent. And I gotta say, I don't want that in my neighborhood. That's my first thought, you know, like, hey, wait a minute, you know, like, that's gonna have a bunch of tents pop up here. That's gonna fucking bring the property value down, and, you know, but I see the other side too.
Yeah, it's a balance for sure. And like, you know, you think about it, I hear like it would only cost us all. It would cost the United States altogether like $21 billion to end homelessness. That's all it would take.
That's it.
Write a check, Sabu.
Got it, Sabu?
Elon Musk could do that and still be the richest man in the world.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And still be the richest man in the world.
That'd be an amazing thing to do. Take care of all the homeless.
Let's end it. Let's just finish it off.
He seems like a nice guy to do that.
Would you say to house the homeless? Is that what you're saying?
To end homelessness, to like kind of get things set up and get programs set up for them to kind of, that'd
be amazing.
Too would be corrupt and not put it in the right spot.
Right. That's what it is. You just got to worry about all the BS that you got to filter it through.
Harry Saturn was homeless, Sabu, for a long time.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nobody knew where he was. He disappeared from everyone that knew him. Yeah, well, that's what a video told me. I saw on YouTube. Yeah. Said that people, he didn't know how to get a hold of him, didn't know what happened to him, and he was just living on the streets for months.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, we have over 130 people in the chat now. We do got a couple more super chats here. Smiley Gamer did follow up with the $5. Thank you. He said, I meant to say Twitch. So he meant Twitch for you, Sabu. So that's
okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then Bash Nagata. Thank you for the $10. He says, huge fan of you both. My older brother and I watched ECW before the TV deal on a dial-up modem on a tiny Fed's computer screen. Did either of you ever have or want the opportunity to wrestle for AWA? That'd been interesting.
Sabu, you answer that.
Yeah, did you ever have an interest for that?
Not especially, no.
No?
No. Actually, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
Oh, AWA. Did you have an interest in doing AWA ever?
AWA. No. That was before my time. They went out of business by the time I got when I first started.
Mm-hmm. Did you grow up sometimes watching the product at all or anything?
No, not very much because it was Chicago. We didn't get that in Detroit or Michigan.
Oh, okay, cool.
Or it was Minneapolis, I mean.
Minneapolis.
I got it later on when it came on ESPN, but that was like the last.
That was the downturn. Yeah.
I actually seen Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty on there as the Midnight Rockers, and then a few weeks later, WWE is the Rockers.
Then they show up like that.
Yeah.
Rob, did you ever?
That would be the. Sabu was in the business before me, so if AWA was already out before he was around, then of course they weren't there for me. And I was gonna say, never had the conversation with anybody about going there. So yeah.
It's
they went out of business about 88, 86, something like that.
Yeah, it was
at 85. So by the time I got into where they were gone.
Right. They had a lot of names that went through there that trained.
Oh, definitely. Medusa's top man.
Yeah, right.
Kurt Hennig.
Yeah, Kurt Hennig. You had Flair initially got his start there.
Flair got trained by Gagne. I didn't know that.
Yep, Flair got trained by Gagne, and he was like heavy set Flair. He didn't even look like Ric Flair, and it was just a different dynamic back then for him. Right. But Sheik too, the Iron Sheik, he was pretty
truck. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Lots of different stuff. So
I watched some of it.
Yeah,
might have been reruns if they ended in 85. No, I guess that's about when I first started watching.
The last thing they did was Showboat Arena
in Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so it looked like it sucked because it was like a ballroom. It wasn't an arena.
They did that.
And there was people sitting like not even filling up the first two rows. Sometimes we used to laugh at that.
Yeah,
I didn't laugh, but yeah.
Well, I was just a stupid little kid. I was only like 15. I laughed at everything. Remember me and Dango laughed at everything. You guys are silly. Stupid.
But we got around right before Memphis went out. Like Memphis fizzled out a few years after we were there.
Oh, really?
We killed it. We killed it. You're a baby.
But that was probably the last territory. I don't know what's still in Portland. Those two were probably the last territories. Memphis and Portland, I think.
Was that Don Owens?
Yes.
That was Don Owens? Okay.
But I'm not sure if it was Don Owens still running, but it was his area.
It was that area for him.
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. Hey, Rob, we kind of talked about this one last week a little bit, touched upon it. One Boost Gaming, thanks for the Boss Gaming. Thanks for the £2. He said, memories of TNA Hardcore Justice. We mentioned that, that making that transition from that hard justice to hardcore justice. What?
Barbie.
Yeah. Do you guys have some memories of that, Sabu?
What'd you say? I heard Barbie.
TNA Hardcore Justice. What do you remember working?
I liked that match a lot. It was pretty good. It was better than pretty good.
That was me and Sabu's match, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I liked it too. It was like it was awesome, and I liked that we were representing ECW on another platform, because always that adds depth and validates, all the time and effort. So that's always cool to do that and pay tribute to that vibe. And the match was cool. Sabu was bald. That was one thing.
Like about it, yeah, I was bald.
That was one thing. That there's a very short time period where
2 years.
Yeah,
was that just a choice, Sabu, or did you do it for a reason?
Yeah, it was a choice because I was starting to go bald.
Mm-hmm.
Not even close to where I am now. Now I'm bald, but so I wanted to get ahead of the curve, so I shaved my head to look like I was crazy, but I looked stupid. Not crazy.
And by the way, he donated the hair to somebody that needed it.
Did you really? That's awesome. That's awesome. Man, way to be. Hey, I'm looking at the card. So, yeah, you guys main evented, obviously. It was RVD defeated Sabu in 17 minutes and 15 seconds. But it was full of ECW guys, obviously. Raven defeated Tommy Dreamer. The Dudleys beat Axel Rotten and Cojones. Rhino beat Al Snow. Stevie Richards beat Just Incredible. Too Cold Scorpio beat C.W. Anderson. And the FBI kicked it off by defeating Kid Cash and Johnny Swinger and Simon Diamond. So pretty interesting. Wow.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool for Dixie to be like, hey, you know what? Go ahead and use our platform, and have a reunion and use on our TV show and everything. I thought that's what it felt like. So I thought it was really cool. And I think maybe some of the TNA guys might have felt sidestepped, I guess.
Yeah,
Like Sabu. Like some of the guys were a little bitter or whatever because they were,
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah.
We brought in the ECW crew and didn't use the TNA guys, really. Only ones
right.
ECW.
Oh, yeah.
Right. What do they got to do with anything?
Well, cool. Something else that I thought was pretty neat to kind of focus on a little bit too was, I mean, Rob and I actually talked about this a little bit last week. What were your experiences with Scott D'Amore? Did you have any, Sabu? Or?
Yeah. I was with Scott since he first started.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Rob was talking about that. That's correct.
Yeah, I helped break him in years ago. 85, I think. 86, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. So I've had 5 matches with AEW, and I'm thinking my win-loss right now is win-loss is 2-3, right? Is that how you would say that?
Yeah, 2 and 3.
2 and 3, I guess. Yeah, whatever. And I can see the fans either pulling for me, to get a major push, or I could see me as fitting in, more to be there to work with some of their guys, whatever. But jobbing is such a funny thing in the wrestling business. And wrestling, the business itself is like so phenomenal, and it stands out. It's so extraordinary from other businesses for so many reasons. But when you think about it, like, people really, really, really care, like, who wins and loses. You know what I mean? Like, if you take a match.
Yes.
Yeah, like take a match that the fans are wrapped up in, like the Cody Rhodes WrestleMania match or whatever. Like if something that happens where the fans don't agree with it, you know, in the finish, and the wrong guy goes down or whatever, they're gonna like pull their hair out, like that was so stupid. Why would they do that with them? And even though a finish like that would be designed to get some heat, so I guess that, you know, then it works, right? But the fans are really, you know, like if someone loses a few times, then they're gonna be like, dude, you're just jobbing him out and wasting it. And it's funny when you look at it for what it is from a different perspective. Like, let's say, you know, you're someone that I don't know, you got the skills, and it's something you're able to, from a professional world, you got skills, it's something you're able to make a decent living at, and has these benefits, and boom, boom, boom. And when it comes down to it, in the end, like everyone is so convinced that they know how everything works and stuff down to the finish. But then when it comes down to really who wins or loses, that's really what people remember. A lot of them, like even if it's their favorite guy, even if he gets screwed over and the entire locker room does a run in one by one and does their finish on him and they finally beat him, they're still gonna be like, oh, that's bullshit, man. You know, it's really a funny thing when you look at it when you break in. You know, like first off, when you start out, it's like Sabu taught me, doesn't matter what they do with you, what they call you, anything. Get as much ring time as you can. Don't worry about each night. They're all individual nights. Boom, boom, boom. And then at a certain point, there's guys that, like, if they'll get bad reputations for being for refusing to put other stars over or put other wrestlers over. Or they get a reputation for not wanting to do the job. And so you look at them from the locker room mentality, like, dude, what an asshole. Doesn't he know it's at work? But in reality, when each time you do that, it actually affects the pathway of your career and how much money you're going to make. You know what I mean? Like, imagine, so it's so weird. There's so many different ways to it, because if you're in WWE and you're, I don't know if I need to name it, anyone of upper echelon, you know, say you're Triple H and you're still wrestling, and say you fight, you have to win every single match, but then in the end you're the one that's getting all the money, that's in all the main events and everything. Well, then it's like you win. So who's stupid in the end? Who's being an asshole in the end? You know,
like short-term thinking kind of thing. Yeah, when it comes
like when I do independent shows, when I used to wrestle,
mm-hmm.
I would say, I want this much to win, this much to lose. They go, why? I said, if you're going to use me to get a rub for this guy, you have to pay me for it. Now, if you just want me to win and have people pop on your show, that's nothing. You want me to give a rub to somebody, you got to pay for it.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. I like that. That's pretty good.
I've always had, and 90% of them was, okay, you win.
Nobody wants to be like, all right, we're gonna put this guy up. That's a great strategy, because you're like, all right, I'll win and I get paid. It works out.
But you're right. When I was in WWE, I got a very good reaction the first few months. But as I lost every match, I had a good reaction, and each night it was lower and lower. Finally, they were saying bullshit. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, then I blew my top, you know.
Yeah.
They want it, you want to give the fans
winning and everything, but in the eyes of the fans, it is.
It really is, yeah. Even if it's a finish where clearly, you know, the dude's foot was on the ropes, ref didn't see it, it was screwed. Yeah, they still look at it as like, this guy went down. Ooh, bullshit.
Now, the only guy who doesn't get affected by losing is Sandman, because he's drunk. He should lose. But, you know, it kind of hurts them. That's why when I would do a job, I kind of beat myself. I'd bleed a lot, you know.
Myself. I was in the same position, you know, thinking of how much effort I wanted to put into that and how much to help with everyone else's programs that are more of, really a part of the main show than me, who's just stepping into it, because I considered a lot of ideas. So yeah, this is some shit that you may or may not think of, but I just thought that I would bring it up because it's, it used to be like when we watched wrestling before I guess, started training, maybe even still around that time, but it was the day of the jobbers, the enhancement matches. It was always one guy. Yeah, it was definitely still then because I did it. I had that Matt Burt moment. Yeah.
I mean, I did it too, but not with Vince. But yeah.
Yeah. And it was like one guy, it was his job just to, he was there to get experience and to get the rub, And so I was in the ring with Ric Flair, even if Ric Flair just beat the shit out of him.
Right.
And it was guys that had enough talent to make the guy look good and still, were on their way up. Usually some guys were like career jobbers though, right? Yeah. Some guys were over before, like Iron Mike Sharp was a big star in Canada, but then in WWE, then he's the number one jobber.
Yeah, Lanny Poffo too. Those guys made more jobs and less stress. They got to go home every time there was promos.
That's it. Yeah, that was it.
And you think, they understand. We all have a story that we're telling, and they understand their job. They get their assignment. It's to make this guy look good or whatever. But in the most honest, behind all the layers of it, do you think anybody really wants to lose?
No. Only want to lose if it means more pay, and then but still,
that is good incentive. True, that's good incentive.
Even though it's a work, no, everybody's saying, "Man, I hope I win. I hope I win."
And it can sound silly, but then when you look at it in the business end of it, really, those are the guys that are going to get ahead, are the ones that win the matches, and then they're going to be making more money and being higher on the card. And so you're not just being selfish, you're also protecting your own career interests. It's a really weird, fickle thing to mess with, especially because, we're just the flesh, the meatheads in the dressing room that are being peddled. And so it's weird from our perspective, we look at it, like that's bullshit.
Yeah.
But it is a perception thing too. Like, you talk about that too. It's just like, hey, you have an image that you want to uphold and kind of keep going with that. And if you keep like losing and stuff like that, that gets in the fans' minds, or you think it does, at least to some of them. And you kind of want to have that balance of it all.
I've read comments online from fans that have called me both Job Van Dam and No Job Rob, I think, or something like that. And either one of those, that I have much to say about it. It's just, them.
Well, they're trying to get a rub from you, and you have to be somebody that wants for somebody to want to take a rub from you.
Yeah,
they don't take rub from nobody's.
Right.
Unless you got enough money and you go to the rub and tug.
Whatever
it is.
Is that the other tag team name? There's Choke and Smoke, and then there's Rub and Tug.
Yeah. Partners of Slobber and Jobber.
Slobber and Jobber. That's
some good names.
Sabu, something that I've really enjoyed about doing this podcast is kind of learning more about the Sheik too in general, and then just how you helped Rob, and Rob talks about the Sheik helping him too. And what's a big aspect of value that you really garnered from learning from your uncle and stuff like that? If you had to choose something that really he's instilled to you in the business that you kind of convey to other people.
I only smiled when I did stuff I was proud of. I didn't like doing stuff I wasn't proud of, so I try to stay away from that. So he always said, don't do nothing you're not proud of. Now, I've done a few things I wasn't proud of, but I've done more things than I was, And even though I burned the bridge, at the time I was proud of myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not proud now, but at the time when the bridge was burning, I go, bridge is burning, fuck you. But I always wanted to do something like they go, wouldn't you think you would have been better off if I took the money back in 1994 when they offered me to be the Sultan? I go, yeah, but I wouldn't be proud of myself. I'll be doing something that someone else told me to do. And I was too, I was becoming hot. I was too becoming hot to want to conform to something else or somebody else. When I had my own momentum going and I wanted to keep it going, I didn't want help from them.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I thought they were just going to say, okay, your momentum going, go ahead. But they're saying your momentum's going, but we want to fix it.
Right. They want to put a hat on you when you don't need a hat. Basically.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's how I looked at it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And like, who knows how that would even worked out if it did? Like, maybe you could have made money, but maybe it just wasn't going to be a fit at all for you, and then that would have threw your career at a completely
it could have been, but I wouldn't have been proud of myself.
Yeah, right, exactly. And like, I mean, it could have turned out in a negative way for you, like ultimately, like if not,
I think it would have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you trust your instincts too.
But also, yeah, I mean, I share those values too. Like, I'm loyal first. And even if it's not best for business financially or whatever, I read a comment in the YouTubes that was saying to replace this guy. You know what I mean? And it's like, but I would never do that though, because you're the one that fucking put this together and came to me and somehow talked me into doing it. Right. And and that same thing like with even like my book, I started doing something with a guy, and now I've had some offers, that, they would do like way better now if I sold this guy out and went to the better option thing. But I'm loyal, and so my plans are, to still, stick with what I told this guy. You know what I mean? Like, those are maybe it would be more business, but that wouldn't be me. Just like that wouldn't be Sabu. Like, we wouldn't be happy with ourselves, feeling like we screwed someone over to get ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I agree.
That's a great philosophy. I love it. Talk about real quick too, Sabu, just working with Giant Baba in Japan and stuff like that. I think that's.
I didn't work with him very much. I didn't work with him at all, but I worked for him.
Well, work for him. I mean, yeah, work for
a couple of tours. But Rob could tell you more about Baba than I could.
Oh yeah, he was telling us about it. Yeah,
I didn't have I didn't wrestle for All Japan that much, or for long. I mean,
but when was it? Like 98, 99?
Yeah, 98, 99. Yeah.
Wow, that's still pretty
2000.
Neat. Man.
I worked for when everybody left and went to Noah. I worked for Mrs. Baba.
Did you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Not after me, right?
Yeah, well, you're in WWE already, and then
I forgot about this.
Baba died, and
I did one tour with Mrs. Baba. I didn't know. I did one tour with Mrs. Baba
after Baba died.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because after Baba died, Misawa took all the wrestlers with him and made Noah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And only left a few guys, Aquata and one other guy, Kea, and whatever Loyal Americans are. Johnny Ace was gone. Everybody was gone.
Wow. I forgot that you were there after me. That's what I was there since like 93, and Sabu was FMW and he was New Japan, and then eventually, All Japan. I forgot that I thought you were just there for a short while when I was there, and that was it.
I came back after.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Is there one you preferred better, FMW or New Japan, when you were at either of those?
FMW because I was more at home, but New Japan that paid more and it was nicer arenas. But in reality, FMW because I got to be the king.
Yeah, heck yeah.
In FMW, was Louis peeing on the bus?
Yes, but in the bottle.
Okay.
Who peed in the bus?
Louis Piccoli.
Oh, Louis did. Oh, okay.
He had a kid. He kept saying, "Stop the bus every half an hour to piss." Finally, I said, "You're getting too much heat. Just piss in this bottle." So he peed in the bottle. So when no one was looking behind him, he showed me the bottle of piss, and I go, "Look, he pissed in the bottle." So he said, "Oh, motherfucker, doesn't that? They're mad." So we go into a rest stop. He doesn't get out. He takes the piss and pours it out the window. I go, "Look, he's pissing out the window." They threw him off the bus. I go, "Oh, fuck. I fucked up." They fired him.
Threw him off the bus?
Threw his bags off the bus. I came back on. But he had big heat, and they fired him as soon as he got back to Tokyo. And I go, "Oh, man, it was a rib, And so that's why got him in ECW.
Wow, how about that?
and Paul didn't want to pay him much, so I'd give him a couple $100 extra a week,
Wow, how about that?
But I owed him that. Plus, I think it was a matter of time till he gets a break anyway, which he did. He got a break with WCW. But Louis was super talented.
Yeah, he was very underrated, right? Like there was just a lot to him that just didn't. Yeah,
he was super talented.
Wow.
Rob, you're known for your 5-star frog splash, but some people don't get the star ratings they actually want in the bedroom. So no better time to bring this up. Hey, this episode is brought to you by Blue Chew. Let's talk about sex. Guys, remember the days when you were always ready to go? Now you can increase your performance and get the extra confidence in bed. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive prescription within days. The best part? It's all done online. So no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Does it work? Don't you think you need it? Try it for free for a month and see. You're going to love it. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it, baby. And we're got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free. FREE. When you use our promo code, guess what it is? Guess what? It's RVD. That's right. Promo code RVD at checkout. You just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com. Promo code RVD to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. One of a kind, baby.
Whew, man. Well, I tell you what, this has been a hell of a show. Sabu, talk about your podcast a little bit too and what you kind of do.
Me and my buddy Josh, my life partner. No, my lawyer Josh. We watch it. We talk a little bit, then we watch a video of me or somebody, and we comment on it, or have a guest on there and a video of them where I watch their match with them together and comment on it.
Nice. And that happens.
I really don't know what to say that much, but if I see something, I can just react to it.
Yeah.
Good luck with Haley on your next show.
Yeah, that should be cool. And then I want to do
hello.
Next. I want to do you next.
Heck yeah.
Cool. Tell her I said, hey.
Tuesdays at 5:00.
Oh, Tuesdays at 5, you said?
Yes, every Tuesday at 5.
Every Tuesday at 5. That's on Twitch or that's on
Twitch?
Twitch, okay.
Yes.
Sweet. I'll be sure to put the links in everything too.
Yeah, please do. Please.
Absolutely, yeah. And anything you need, you can feel free to email me or get a hold of me too. And I'll be happy to promote that stuff. So
sweet. Thank you.
About it. Cool. Rob, is there anything else you want to cover or do you...
I do have some words of wisdom to end the show with.
Okay. All right.
This is sissy stuff, Sabu. So, you might not like it. Yeah, cover your ears. So looking around on YouTube, I saw some headlines that took something on our show. I don't know if that's good or not. When they say RVD mentioned on his One of a Kind podcast, I guess that's good. Maybe, those people have it. Yeah. Anyway, but in particular, though, it said that I said that Sammy Guevara hitting Jeff Hardy's face was his fault, right? Which I did. I said, hey, that's a high risk move. You saw that, Sabu? Jeff Hardy getting hit in the face? Oh,
no.
Oh, okay.
So Sammy Guevara
did a shooting star, and Jeff had put his knees up to block it, but then Sammy's legs actually hit Jeff's nose and busted his nose open, and I think he got knocked out, I believe.
Okay.
That's what they're saying. Yeah. And I was just saying, when you do high risk moves, you're taking a big risk, so it's on you if you mess up, and that's all. I mean, I've taken a lot of high risk moves out.
Say it was just because it was the guy that initiated the move's fault, right?
Yeah.
Fault. It was a mistake, but it's fault.
Yeah. So for some reason, though, that made like big news. Like RVD is calling Sammy out. Yeah. and also I saw it say that RVD says that Sammy needs to take more responsibility, and that's BS. I have no idea how much.
Skull him.
Yeah, I have no idea how much responsibility he has or hasn't taken. So of course that's ridiculous. But it did give me an idea of something to talk about for a little RVDology as far as taking responsibility. So just to separate now from the Sammy story, I just think it's worth mentioning that a lot of people don't take enough responsibility for being in control of all the aspects of their life, right? And you can look at that to different extents, because like if you believe it in the most absolute sense, some people say that every situation you're in, you got yourself there. I don't believe in absolutes, so there's got to be some holes in that. But if you look at that, what that really means, let's say it's not your fault. Somebody ran a red light and T-boned you, and they crashed into you. Are you saying that's my fault? No, but from that perspective, you got in the car at least, right? I mean, you at least did that. You chose to turn down that road. I mean, you can put most things to that, when it comes to some things do happen to you. I don't know if my situation is I lost my parents. Is there a point that I can say that I put myself in that situation? I don't know. Like I said, I don't believe in absolutes. I put myself in that situation by living life, living my whole life by having them as parents. I don't know. So, but it's a pretty solid thing to go by, knowing that there's going to be some exceptions, because there's always exceptions. And I'm going to do a whole show on exceptions. I've been an exception to everything always. So, of course, I have to believe that always exists. But when it comes to responsibility, there'll be a lot of people like when it came to marijuana, the first people that would use marijuana, first it was glaucoma. But then like anybody that had a med card, like they felt like they had to explain, like, no, dog, like I really do need it, man. I have this herniated disc in my back, and like I get pain, like I can barely even sit up. Like I met like so many people around that time when it was just quasi getting legal, and everyone felt like they had to really over explain. Right. But when they're doing that, they're victimizing themselves, because they're really looking at it like that, and they're telling everybody, okay, here's why I'm a victim. And if you look at it, that's really what they're saying. I think a lot of people that get government checks because of disabilities, same thing, they'll want to stop to tell me, like, dude, I don't even have any bone in my knee anymore and stuff. Like I gotta walk with a cane if it's anymore after so many feet or whatever. And I don't want to, sound like I'm not sympathetic, but in a way, part of me is like, oh, poor you. Me and Sabu could spill out, MRIs that would tell you we shouldn't be walking. And we know that the only way we're going to get better is, like Sabu said earlier, by working out, by making ourselves move. But a lot of people instead feel entitled to sit and do nothing. And they feel entitled because they victimize themselves. One thing that people will say, and this tells you that they do not believe they're in control of what's going on in their life. They'll say things like this: well, at least it'll make my doctor happy. You think your doctor gives a shit
Yeah.
about your health? You know what I mean? No, that's for you. That's for you and your health. And you really are in a lot more control than you realize you are. So I just wanted to say that, you know, take a look at yourself and how much do you consider yourself a victim and thereby entitled to do nothing about it because you're being treated unfairly by the universe or whatever. And really, like, think about that. You know, can you say that you got yourself where you're at? I mean, to an extent, that goes a really, really, really long way, if not all the way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I mean, you know, it may be silly to look at it that way, but if my house burnt down right now, and I'm in it, you know, did I get myself in that situation? Well, yeah, when I bought the house, or you know what I mean? But I mean, it is though. I mean, when you look at it, I mean, I could go more recent and say, yeah, when I left the fucking grill on, you know, when I left the doobie out next to the gas tank, you know, or. But I mean, really, like for a lot of it, when you look at it, I mean, I'm here because of the navigating through life up till this point, making those decisions. That's what got me here, and owning up to just that, I think, is taking a lot of responsibility that a lot of people don't do. Because they feel entitled to not do it. So check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Right.
Yeah. Cool, man. That's it, man. Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we got a couple super chats. Just people wanted to make comments. Kenny Williams, thank you for the $2.97 in Canadian dollars, by the way. Smoking a fat spliff for two legends, RVD and Sabu. So there we go.
Yes.
Heck yeah, they're
what happened to mine. I smoked it already.
And then Spencer Harris, thank you for the $5. He says, RVD and Sabu, thank you guys for all your years of hard work and dedication. I have enjoyed watching you guys. Spencer from Alabama. So thank you, Spencer.
Right on.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've been to Alabama.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've never been there. So how about that? I've been through there once.
Well, all right.
Super low.
Gotta change that, dude.
Gotta change it up. Go to Alabama, man. The
Unfortunately, they're one of the. Did they just get a marijuana law? They were considering it or something. But I'm pretty sure they're. I don't know. Never mind. Were they? They might have been one of the last ones. I don't know. Never mind. Producer, check that out.
Las Vegas is legal.
Yeah.
There we go. We know that. Well, Super
Carolinas, Georgia. I think Alabama is still one of those very last states, but I'm not sure. So anyway, I got travel brain, so I'm gonna go ahead and tap out right now and say I did all right without drooling all over myself, like Slobber and Jobber.
Slobber Jobber, the Rub and Tug tag team. No, he said, Super Lux Productions says real quick, the confidence you two emanated inspired me fearless. So cool.
Awesome.
To hear.
Glad to inspire.
Yes. Sabu, it's been inspirational to have you on here, man. So it's been a lot of fun, man. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rob.
Yeah.
Sabu, look at my fucking arm. It's crazy.
What's his arm?
You gotta start working on it.
Yeah. She told me that one time that I should start doing these things for my arms.
Oh, really?
And I was like, yeah, when I was 18, 19, or whatever, I was like, I do. And also, Nancy Sullivan asked when I just turned 21 on this trip to Jamaica, and I was wrestling Kevin Sullivan, and in the daytime, Nancy asked, like, do you work out? I was so offended because I was like, maybe you shouldn't see me and my wife beater. I'm huge. I'm almost 200 pounds.
Well, good stuff, guys. This was fun.
Cool. Yes, fun indeed. Thanks, guys. And I'll be on Sabu's show soon.
Keep your eyes peeled. Sabu, baby.
Boom.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Boom.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, guys.